JS, faire gagner le sport.
Missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 3 down here for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Conditions are finally here. We finally have a little bit of a wave coming and peeling that right-hand point break that we have right in front of the West Point Hotel. We're going to be going straight into the action with round number 1 of the men. Heat number 8, red flag is in the sky. Let's see what's going to be happening. All right, so there we can see the athletes that are going to be starting out. Gali Couture, Jordi Sansa, and Ayrton Corsolino, your top 3 athletes who are going to be firing off the first bullet over here as that green flag is in the sky. Who is going to be the athlete to grab that first wave? As you can see, we are going to be having out there, it's about, I'm going to say, hip to chest high so far in the yellow, and you can see they're rocking out the Red Bull helmets. That is Ayrton Corsolino about to drop in. Alright, so Ayrton getting a nice wave here. Starting off for this heat number 8, the first heat of the day. Which is nice. I got a little drip coming in from my roof. It's sunny, but I got water. And you can see all of the athletes starting to get into a flow. You can see Calton there on the point. He's going to be telling probably Ayrton where he is, what he's up, how he's doing. You can see there in the orange, that is going to be Jordi Sansa. And in the white is going to be Gali Couture, your local athlete. We have 20-minute heats, 2-minute transitions for round number 1. Then in round number 2, we're going to be going for a new overlapping system, meaning 2 heats are going to be going on at once. First 10 minutes of the heat will only be one of the heats, and then at the second 10 minutes of the heat, so when that 10 minute comes in, the next heat is going to join them. As conditions are quite scarce out there, and it's looking like this could be the only day that we have decent conditions, the sports crew has decided to push forward. And we are going to try and go all the way here for your Moroccan Kite-Surf World Cup. Oh, Cali here, nice. Little snapperoo off the top. As we said throughout the last couple of days, 3 sections of this wave. You have the top section right over there in front of the West Point Hotel, and in the middle it's a little bit of a flat section. It kind of flattens us. When there's more size, it does connect all the way down, and then all the way on the left it starts to hollow out as it runs past the sandbar. Ayrton flowing in off the top as well. We can see Gali there on the right hand side. Big, powerful off the fins, driving along. Ayrton Corsolino, your current overall leader so far. He is hungry. You can see him out here on the gong gear. And really sticking himself close to the foam ball. One of the top competitors in the world. Multiple time world champion. And he's just riding that little foam ball all the way down, as this is where that kind of little third section starts to make its way through. Big hack. Jordi Sansa just unfortunately losing the board from underneath him. You can see nice engage. Boom. That's a little bit too front foot heavy and got hit by the foam ball, so that's going to be a crash for him. So as we stand, Ayrton with a 5.38. Gali Couture with a 2.07, and obviously Jordi Sansa is going to be getting a couple more scores very shortly. as we're coming just under 15 minutes. First day of proper waves that we've had here at this event. This right hand point break, when it peels, it is an absolute steam train. One of the best right hand point breaks we have in the Atlantic, and we are so grateful to be able to come down here to Dakhla one more time. This has been one of the events we have been doing since the beginning of the tour, and there's always a really big family vibe. A big thank you to Dries and to Lila and to all the Dakhla Hotels group for making us feel right at home. But at the moment you can see wave selection is definitely going to be key, as we really want to be able to get those bigger sets. If you can land on one of those bigger ones, like we can see here, Ayrton, that's actually chest high. We've only been seeing ankle biters for the last few days, so hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more action, as Mr. Talma would used to say, action. And Ayrton keeping himself busy, 7.07, 5.38, making sure he gets some numbers up there on the scorecards. And here you can see, alright, looping that kite. First engages. It's a little one-hit wonder who on the inside. Behind him, Jordi Sansa is going to be dropping in as well. Linking two nice turns together here. Ayrton staying with the foam ball. And end off with an air, managing to keep it together, but off the back of the face, so that's not really going to be improving too much on the scores, but still definitely in the driving seat so far. Ayrton Cozzolino, your current tour overall leader. We'll be catching up with him a little bit later. Alright, Jordi Sansa here. Ayrton Cozzolino repping out Italy, coming from Cape Verde. Jordi Sansa, Cape Verde all the way. Estamos activo. So Sansa, you can see the wind's a little bit more offshore, as you can see the spray going off at the back of the wave, so the guys really have to make sure to get that kite low, and unless they want to be pulled off the back, as you can just see there. Obviously the Cape Verdeans very used to Punta Preta, that steam train of a right hand point break, where we had some of the best conditions over there in February for the opener of the tour. And while we're waiting for some sets, I caught up with our head judge Alvaro Onieva, as he's going to talk to us a little bit about the judging criteria out there for today.
At Dakhla 2024 West Point is based on wave selection is important. Of course, coming together with a commitment. If all the maneuvers are done on the critical section, with commitment, with power, with speed and flow. Also, the technical difficulty is very important, how the degree of the difficulty of the maneuver, and as much difficult as possible, the judge will also have in consideration. Of course, the connection in between the section and the variety, it takes a big role on this spot. It's a very long beach break with different section. So yeah, the judges are taking consideration factors as normal re-entries, cutbacks, going through the sections of the lip, combining air or floaters, everything that you can combine with as much quality as possible with a degree of difficulty, but also the commitment, the judge will be rewarded.
Well, there you go. That is what our judges want to see. We have a panel of 5 international judges. The top score and the bottom score of a wave will be scratched, and it is the average of the 3 middle scores. Is the number that you can see up there on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Just coming halfway through, as we can see, that 10-minute mark is just about to hit. 12.45 for Ayrton Cozzolino. Second position, we have Gallagher with a 5.87, and Jordi Sansa at the moment with a 1.53. All of the athletes right up the top there, next to the Pescador restaurant of West Point Hotel. West Point Hotel, such a cool location to be able to come and stay at. You are literally having a shower and you can see the waves when you're on that front line. No better lullaby than the sound of the ocean in motion to get those snoozes in. And such a cool vibe down here in Dakhla. Hopefully conditions are going to be improving. The swell is saying it's hit, and with the period it is going to be pushing up. As right now we have started off with round number 1, heat number 8 of the men here. And your leader over there in the yellow, Ayrton Cozzolino. Sets are definitely far and few between at the moment. You can see probably about a set every 6 to 7 minutes, so around an average of 3 sets per heat. As we are just coming up a little bit past 10 o'clock in the morning here local time down in Morocco. Day number 3 here of competition. Yesterday we were able to get a couple of heats done at the final closing moments of the day. And that beautiful golden sunset that comes right out in front of this break. You would already hear the swell hitting this morning. And great to see that it has started to push. Hopefully we're going to be seeing some head-high waves very soon. Here you can see Couture in a couple of check turns. Nothing special, but just making his way down the bay. Our live booth is right the way down the end, where we can have the better angle to be able to show you guys and girls back at the home what is happening down here in Dakhla. Like I say, once again, thank you for joining here on the live stream. I'm Josie Asher and I'll be your commentator for today. Later we will have Teo Demanis joining me as well. If you guys have any questions about equipment, locations, where you can try gear, anything about moves, you want some tips from the pros, drop them in on the comments and I will try and get that info for you as soon as possible. Best the best battling it out here, and so far it is Ayrton Cozzolino. Here we can see Machu Lopez. I do apologize, that was not Machu Lopez. That is going to be heat number 1, who's going to be coming up next. As we can see, one of the local boys. The hair gave it away. The hair got me confused, Mr. Tropical. These boys throw down. As one, so that was Mounimbaji, your local Moroccan rider. Ayrton just airing past that section. Again, keeping himself busy. You can see how he drops that kite to make sure that he stays on the front of that face. Quite short lines there from Ayrton as well, your gong athlete. And all the way down to the bottom. And he's just coming out in front of my live stream booth now. I reckon if I throw him a shaka, he'd be able to see. Ayrton Cozzolino, ladies and gentlemen, another nice good wave. And there's Maggi getting ready for his heat, which will be round number 1, heat number 1, as this is a repeat. They're going to have a 10-minute extension of that heat. There was a protest. So heat number 1 is going to have a 10-minute extension. So they're going to be in the water for 10 minutes to see if that is going to change any of the scores. Alright, there we can see Noah and Charlie Martin. Noah just recently been crowned the Youth World Champion, local boy from Tarifa. And here we can see Charlie Martin, who's going to be going in that heat number 1. Charlie, such a talented young surfer coming out of Reunion. Such a cool guy. Kite-surfing family. And he has a big surfing background. He always has the style. Nice laid-back kind of handbrake turns. And here we can see Gali making his way back out. So a little bit of a slower heat. Paco, good morning. As you can see, Ayrton, information I have, he was out on an 11 meter. You can definitely see that conditions are hard out there. But yeah, the info I had is Ayrton was out on an 11 meter. I did see him pumping up a 10 as well. Yeah, Ayrton, he does like to go big on his kites, and so far it looks like it's working for him. 12.45. The top scores so far, we've seen a 15-point average from Pedro Matos, 14.47 from Macho Lopez. Sebastian Ribeiro with a 15.70. And then James Crew with the top score so far of a 16.27. So usual suspects. Going to be interesting to see where Ayrton lands in, as he is also one of the top athletes. As we come in on the final 3 minutes. Oh, and this is a very nice wave here from Couture. This is the one he was waiting for. 3 nice turns all the way down the bay. A little shoulder open up now. Chills out a little bit, going back to the foam ball. You can see it's so hard to be able to link those ones together. Sometimes, to be able to pick off the ones that are going to run down the bay is definitely a bit of a luck game. Alright, Cosolino. Nice little snap off the top. Here, this is that flat section of the wave pushing against the fins there. See, the wind is definitely a little bit more offshore. Ayrton having a little look-see, see if there's something better behind him. His top score of a 7.07. Ayrton very used to these conditions, letting go of their hands. And he making this one work. Trying to improve on that 5.38 and just stalling to be able to get one more turn here off the top, letting that fins loose. And this is actually opening up very nicely here for the past world champ, your current tour leader, Ayrton Cosolino. Very nice wave, beautiful no-handed turn midway through that wave. And I mean, in the end, it's dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Charlie Martin there. Shackers to you, my friend. And good luck, as he is going to be coming up next with that 10-minute extension. Final minute, ladies and gentlemen, here of this heat number 8. Final minute. At the moment, it is Ayrton Cosolino in first position, Calicator in second, and Jordi Sansa in third. And we are going to be closing this one out as the final seconds come in. Jordi's either going to get in. Okay, so looks like Couture is going to be dropping in on this wave. If he can stay on it, it is going to count. Oof, not sure about that. Not sure about that. But no matter what, it is definitely going to be Ayrton Cosolino, Galligator, and Jordi Sansa, your top 3 riders of this heat. So Ayrton Cosolino going through to round number 3. Let's have a look at the highlights of that last heat. Alright, so here we can see Moni Magic, Kelton Lopez, Charlie Martin, your 3 athletes that are going to be going out for that 10-minute extension, as there was an issue when they did that heat the first time. So they're going to have 10 minutes for these 3 athletes. Green flag is in the sky. Day number 3 here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, here of our Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. We had that first wave event over there. The boys are starting to throw down. So those were the scores that were from the first time they ran this heat. Alright, so there we can see Maggie in your white lycra, one of the local guys. Such a cool guy on and off the water. Even though it does say 17 minutes there, looks like there's a bit of a glitch. Gonna have to get that bug spray out earlier than I expected. They only have 10 minutes for this heat. So you can see green flag is in the sky. They have 10 minutes, and then we are going to have a short break because we will be moving over to round number 2. Round number 2. And what will happen there is we will be going into a overlapping system, which we will be explaining very shortly. I kindly asked Alvaro to give us the ins and the outs of how that system works. Breaking it down, basically 2 heats are going to be at the water at once after the 10 minutes. So they have 10 minutes where they're in the water by themselves, and the next 10 minutes they are in the water with another heat, but they still have the priority. But Alvaro does all the details very nicely. We'll be bringing that on screen as soon as we do start. So far, as we say, there was a protest in the heat number 1, and we are getting ready here for another 6 minutes of action. As you can see, Charlie Martin out there on the Cabrina. Such a stylish surfer. Love how he just lays back and handbrake turns, grabbing the whale. Very, very talented young man. Moni Maggi also, local knowledge. We've been saying it, here and out throughout the stream. It's a wave where you really have to know what you need and what you want. You really do have to be in the right place at the right time. And you can see the guys that had experience catching up with James Carew earlier. He was saying time on the water out here gives you that little edge. There are, slight towers, slight, ideas. Every year it does change because the sandbar changes a bit. We can see there's a lot more rocks this year than there was last year. So, the wave shifts a bit. Knowing where those key spots on the wave, to be able to hit it as hard as possible and fly your way through into victory to continue on here alive in the Moroccan Kite-Surf World Cup. Here at day number 3 of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour event of our kitesurf discipline. 100% waves. We heard Alvaro Nieva saying before, link in the section, power, commitment, flow. Just 100% surfing style is what they're looking for. As that panel of international judges, if you show them what they want, they are going to give you the double shackers and the love. We have 4.5 minutes left. There you go. So looks like the bug spray was squatted. 4.5 minutes. There you can see the image of the bay that we have here. Hotel there in the background. West Point Hotel. See the guys all the way up the top as well. So hopefully they're going to come and, do a little peekaboo over this side. As they are waiting for those sets. We saw on the wing foiling yesterday the likes of Malog and Olet throwing down all the way on the right hand side. And just being able to, get a little bit more speed. So that is going to be Moni Maggi here with the Duoto Neo. And you can see out there with the drifter. Cabrina drifter is going to be Charlie Martin. Okay, Maggi deciding against it. It is a waiting game right now. Charlie, he knows he needs something. He needs to improve on the backup of 4.07. He wants to have... They have not really had a set wave come through. This is where, experience does play a key part. Alright, Charlie, he's really starting the scrap now. You can see a little bit of frustration as there is no ripples or motion out there. Maggi circling around, making sure that he gets on the wave before Charlie. Let's not forget with the priority, basically the person who turns on the swell first is going to be the man who's going to be able to get there. So I'm just getting information from our head judge here that who we are about 2 minutes ago. Such a shame. I mean, you know, given that 10-minute extension, there has not been a single set come through. Can really see Poseidon not sending us anything our way. Come on, hit that trident. So 90 seconds left. All right, kite looping. This means that he's going to be engaging. Let's see Magi going for something. All right, Moni Magi here. Pretty much straight line. Just getting excited on the flats. Let's see if maybe Charlie Martin behind him has something. A little bit over a minute. Both of these boys are scrapping, to say the least. There we go, 60 seconds. Oh, looks like there's a little bit of a ripple coming in out there. Waiting to see if I can see Charlie. There you can see the kite. Final minutes, there's no flags in the sky. Alright, here we go. It does look like he might have seen something. Are we going to see one of those beautiful buzzer beaters? We're soon going to find out. So Charlie Martin here in the yellow. He is going for anything he can get. You can see he really is going for anything he can get. He needs to improve that score. He is on a wave, ripple, ankle biter. Alright, Charlie Martin dropping him. Here we go. Opportunity to get the win of this heat. First he'll check turn off the top, keeping himself low. Nice, right in the pocket there, timing it perfectly. Again, good connection, cut back. This is where he really has to push because it gets a little bit further offshore. This is looking like a nice wave here for Charlie. Big open face carve there for him. Checking back now. This is where he's going to chill out, come to the foam ball and go all the way down. Charlie with an opportunity here of taking the win. We can see Magi behind him as well. This wave is rolling all the way down the bar. Big, powerful hack there from Magi as well. And Charlie missing the layback on that final section. So is that going to be enough? We will have to find out. But Magi here, he's just going to be trying to increase on those scores. So it really is going to come down to the wire. As both of the athletes on the final seconds of that heat getting a decent wave. And that is going to be in because that wave is completely finished. So we're going to have to wait for results to see who is going to be advancing through to round number 3 and who is going to be going into round number 2. But while we do, let's see the highlights of that heat. And we will be back very shortly.
faire gagner le sport.
Missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one. just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody, as now we are going to be changing it up and going to round number 2 of the men with a new overlapping system. We'll get into the details in very shortly, as I had a little interview there with Alvaro Anieva, one of our judges, to explain exactly how that system is going to work. So round number 2, heat number 1 is going to be going out onto the water. We have green flag in the sky. Let's see the action. Alright, so it is going to be Hendrik Lopez versus Luca Dufing from Australia. So both of these guys, very snappy, powerful surfers. We have Hendrik Lopez, who is representing Switzerland, coming out of Cape Verde, and then of course the Aussie there with Luca. Gonna have to be scrappy, as you can see at the top corner. It looks like starting off the heat with a little bit of a set coming through, so that is what we wanted to see. And we have 20 minutes for these guys. 3.13 for that first wave from Luca, and Hendrik Lopez just getting ready, as it looks like he's going to be trying to get one of the bigger set waves. Alright, so we've got frontside versus backside. Luca here. Big open face, carve. You can see the wind is offshore. The guys are really having to push against the rail. Luca staying close to the foam ball here. This is that flat section in the middle of the West Point Bay. Nice timing there. A little bit of a foam climb. Alright, Hendrik Lopez carving. Little wall climb here. Getting caught up ever so slightly. Has sustained an injury over there in Germany, slashing his Achilles tendon, but it looks like he is back in action. Some very nice surfing from him yesterday. So here we have Hendrik Lopez, nice open face, carving, little snapperoos, sliding that tail. Once again, the Cape Verde is used to these conditions, quite similar to Punta Preta, as that right hand peeling wave is slightly offshore, so a little bit of an advantage for them. And there we can see the highlight, the replay of that last wave. Alright, so as I said before, let's go down with Alvaro Anieva, one of our judges, to explain the new overlapping system.
The overlapping system is something that's used in the WSL in surfing. It's consisting in running simultaneously 2 heats at the same time. We don't combine women's and men, different categories, only one single category at a time. Basically we do, when we don't have much promising conditions, when we're able to run a competition in pretty much half of the time, giving refresh, of course, to the judges, but also delivering a good action, not only at the beach, but also in your houses. So enjoy the day, and it's going to be exciting.
Alright, well, thank you, Alvaro, there. Just showing the ins and the outs of this overlapping system. As we say, 10-minute heats where the heat is going to have priority. So this heat number 1 is going to have the priority over heat number 2 when that heat number 2 comes out into the water. 5 minutes already gone. At the moment, it is Luca with a 3.13 and a 2.93 in the lead. And then Hendrik Lopez with a 5.27. So a very nice score there for him on that last wave. Day number 3 down here. And if I'm not mistaken, yes it is. Ali Bakali, the top Moroccan athlete who took the win of the national championships. Ali, one of the top athletes as well. He has got through all the way up to the podiums when it comes to this event. And great to see him ripping out there. Saw him in the nationals and throwing down some big turns. Round number 2, let's not forget, is an elimination round. So only one will prevail. And there we can see also it's looking like Ismail Adesanya, and that is going to be Kelton Lopez. Yes, it is. That's Kelton as well. And that is Ismail Adesanya. One of the boys from back in the days, one of the top Moroccan athletes, has a very cool score over there in Essaouira. So make sure to check that one out. Such a cool guy. Absolutely rips. So good to see him coming down here. As we stand right now, round number 2, heat number 1, as Hendrik Lopez and Luca Dufin is about to have their first half. So when that 10-minute mark hits, heat number 2 is going to be coming into the water. So it's going to be Ali Bakali and Kelton Lopez, as we saw them getting ready down there. So in 3.5 minutes times, they're going to be going out into the water, and we're going to have 2 heats in there. Heat number 1 will have priority as they were in there first. And then when this 20-minute finishes, heat number 2 will have priority. Hendrik Lopez dropping down the line and slashing it up. Just a couple little check turns. Here we go. Good section. Can he time it well? Yes, he does. Oh, such a shame. Just getting caught by the lip there. And the board taken off his feet. The intent was there, and you can see the power, but boom, just the wind caught the top of the board and took it away from his feet. 13 minutes. And there we can see Simão Wheeler, your ozone athlete from Portugal. So cool to see nations from all around the world joining us down here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco, of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. And this young man, a very talented surfer. I mean, Portugal, such a cool location, such a cool place to hang out with beautiful waves. And there, Hendrik just circling up the top of the point right next to the west point as we are getting ready to go. Ali Bakali here getting ready, as he knows he's going to be going in the water in less than a minute. Oh, nice open face hack there from Luca. Another little snapperoo, just keeping down. He's got the speed. You can see with the offshore wind, really hard to be able to get that verticality. As we come into minute number 11, here we have the locals. So Ali Bakali getting ready to go into the water. All right, so there it is, that 10-minute up. So now going to be joining us out there in the water, the next heat. So we are going to be having Mohamed Ali Bakali and Kelton Lopez, but Hendrik and Luca Dufin are going to have the advantage. So there you are, Mohamed Ali Bakali, Kelton Lopez, your heat number 2, who's going to be going into the waters, and we are now starting the overlap system. So heat number 1 will have priority on the waves for their final 10 minutes. But then, of course, it will be going over priority to heat number 2. So even more athletes in the water. Double, triple, and quadruple the fun down here for your GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. And there we can see the 2 timers, the 2 counters. So on the left, heat number 1. In the middle, heat number 2. Grande, Julio. Grande. All right, so now action out there. So Hendrik Lopez 7.90. Look at the thing at 7.23. Obviously, Ali Bacardi and Kelton Lopez, they're going to be kind of being a little bit further out the back, as of course they don't have priority for their first 10 minutes of the heat. But if there's nobody on the waves, they can get in there. So you can see Kelton is actually going to be with the yellow lycra. So quite a slow heat. We're already seeing that couple of waves have come down. Hendrik definitely in the lead so far, and here we can see more athletes getting ready and starting to get their gear together here for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. So on the right hand side there you can see Ali Bakali and Hendrik Lopez. In the orange, Luca Duffin, and then we can see in the yellow is going to be Kelton Lopez. Alright, so rocking it up with the Rastas over here. Ali having a little look-see, deciding to go against that. And once again, Ismail Adazan there. Getting with the tunes. Who's going to be coming up next in that heat number 3? He's going to be going up against the Portuguese athlete. So as you can see, just coming up on 6 minutes to go. Hendrik Lopez in the lead over here on that second heat. Still waiting for one of the two guys to engage. Okay, it does look like, okay, Kelton dropping in backside. Oh, it's looking a little mushy out there at the moment. Let's not forget that low tide was 6:20 yesterday, so it's looking, yeah, so we're coming up on high tide very shortly. High tide is going to be in about just under an hour, or 1.84 meters, so just over 6 foot. Kelton, couple of open face turns, pumping it, making sure he stays with the foam ball. Just getting some scores on the board. As we say, 3 sections to this wave all the way up the top. Be able to get a couple of turns, especially if you start a little bit further up the rocks. Middle flat section where you really just have to get a couple of check turns to be able to continue down. And then here is as they come just kind of in front of the live booth, it hits a little sandbar one more time and starts to jack up a bit. But as you can see, this one really pretty much completely flattening out. Not necessarily the set waves are the ones that roll all the way down the bay, but Kelton getting a couple of scores already. So as I said, coming up next, who will be going out into the water is going to be Simal Wichot and Ismail Adazani. As we can see, waiting for action to happen out here on the water. Alright, so we can see Luca looks like he's going to be taking off. Oh, nice! Big turn there. Powerful. Little wobble on the entry. This one's actually looking like it's opening across the bay. Right. Already got some power. Ali Bakali there behind him. Heat number 2. And both of them deciding. So, while we're waiting for these guys to go back into action, let's have a short commercial break. Alright, so we are back and continuing on with the action. As you can see, just under 3 minutes to go for that heat number 1, where Kelton Lopez has the upper hand. Heat number 2, we can see that Kelton Lopez in the lead. And here we can see Yanis Delonimo, the Italian athlete. And he is there with Sofia Maschetti, your wing 4 athlete. 24/7 smile, that young lady. As we continue on. Oh, wiggle and a wobble, wobble and a wiggle there from Luca. And Ali trying to rack up some points. Oh, Luca really pushing on it. Hendrik is going to have to watch out, because this is going to be definitely a good potential scorer for Luca, and it is going to be opening up all the way down the bay. As that's, you can see he's really having to use it. Oh no! As unfortunately it flattened out and went off of him. So far now it is Luca who is going to be in the lead. With 7.23 from what I can see on the scores. I'll be confirming heats as they go on, as it is going to be continuous out there. Cowting having a little look-see. Alright, Cowton deciding. Yeah, he is going to engage. Okay. Already got a 2.23 so far. And there we can see Jamal just about to get ready to go out. He's going to be going out with Ismail. A little bit of frustration before his heat. It's the final 15 seconds. We will be waiting for results. It does look like there's another good wave for Hendrik on the final buzzer beater there with that 10.50. Nice check turn. So this heat number 1 is now going to be timed out. And pushing their way forward. Nice wave here from Hendrik all the way down. Now we're talking there. Beautiful bottom turn. Driving through the fins. Milking it as much as possible. And this is going to be his best wave yet. If we could continue with that wave. And here we can see Hendrik. What a way to end it off. So it is going to be official. Hendrik Lopez will be making it through that round. As we continue out there on the water, the final 10 minutes between Ali Bakari and Kelton Lopez. But they are also going to be joined by Simao Birro and Ismail Adazane. Alright, so we can see now obviously priority to that heat number 2. So Ali Bakali and Kelton Lopez are going to have priority on the scores. And coming up, joining them on the water, Sumal Birro and Ismail Adazane, as they are going to be joining them there in the water for this heat number 3. Ali Bakali, big carving turn, and look at this set wave. This is what he was looking for. This could definitely make the difference. He already has a 4.33, looking to improve on this. This is pretty much one of the best waves we've seen so far. Behind him, counting, vertical turn there from Ali. Now we're talking. This is what we want to see, righting the pocket. This is one of the best waves we've seen today. And Ali showing that the local knowledge, and they do say patience is a virtue, and he has definitely pulled this one out of the bag all the way down, throwing that kite down, letting the tail loose and pushing against it now. Carlton Lopez trying to do the same, but he is kind of smooth lining it and straight lining it so far, and going for that bottom turn, but going off the back of the wave. But yeah, what a great ride. Ali Bakali definitely in the driving seat of this heat. I can start to hear everybody down here on the beach starting to shout out. As I'm just waiting for some of those scores to come in. But so far, definitely was Ali Bakali was having the advantage. Alright, so Matthew Lopez, Mr. Tropical, coming down. He has a smile. Matthew's such a psychological rider as well. When this guy is in the zone, when this guy is vibing, he is one of the toughest competitors in the world. And going by that smile, seeing the teeth, let's see if he is ready to go and take out chunks of his competition. Had one of the top heats yesterday with a 14 plus score. He's going to be coming down in round number 2 as he is out there against James Crew, got a 16 plus score. But we've seen from the 14 to the 16 point averages is where the usual suspect, the top athletes, are landing so far. Alright, so we're coming in on the final 5 minutes for the heat in between Carlton Lopez and Ali Bakali. But at the moment, Sumal and Adazani, Ismail Adazani, out there on the water. Here we can see Ali just waiting for some numbers to come in to see what the score for that great wave was. Absolute beauty. Alright, Ismail here. Going down, starting to push his way forward. So Ismail here. Pushing along. streamlining it all the way down to the bottom section, going completely against. Nice little handbrake. Dragging that hand on a layback, but quite straight lining there. Judges, obviously, they're wanting to see the verticality. We saw it before from Ali. We've seen it from a few of the riders. That is what is going to give them those top scores. As we're just coming in on 3 minutes to go on this heat as well. 3 minutes for Kelton Lopez and Ali Bakali. Ali is 7.53 for that ride. Well deserved. 7.53. Alright, so 11.86 Bakali, 5.97. I mean, Kelton very close. He's almost in a combo situation. Here we can see Ismail with a 2.77 of that first wave. Ismail here. A little bit of a lull here at the moment. Only 1 minute left. And here he comes, Ali Bakali. One of the best waves of the day so far with that 7.53. Looks like he's going to be taking off. And another one. Finding the faces. You can see that local knowledge. Once again. Really paying a dividends. Managing just to get a couple of check turns. Keeping himself busy. Staying to that foam ball. And now this is where he was. And that tail loose off the top. Ali looking if this one is going to open up as he's coming right pretty much in front of our live stream booth here. And it is a little bit of an airdrop there just to get past that section. And now as he makes his way down, getting a couple of nice turns there, you can see dropping those fins. Out the back, out in Lopez, but turn after turn there for Bakali. Without a doubt, driving in this heat. As Kelton is only going to have an opportunity for this one, but goes a little bit too vertical and goes down. So it is going to be Ali Bakali who's going to be making it in to round number 3. And then also we are going to have coming up next and joining us out there on the water is going to be Gali Couture. Is going to be going up against Felipe Monerat, hailing out of Brazil. So those two guys are going to be joining us out there. Once again, the overlapping system. And Kelton Lopez, unfortunately, that is going to be it for him. So Hendrik Lopez will be going up against Muning Maji in that round number 3. And here we can see Ismail Adazani, and that is going to be Simao behind him. If I'm not mistaken, no. Yes, it is. It is going to be Simao. So Simao here trying to rack up some points and some scores. And there we can see Ali Bakali coming back off of the water. And hopefully some numbers are going to be dropping for these guys. So there we can see less than 10 minutes to go for Simão Birto and Ismael Azane. And then Gallicator and Felipe Monerat are already back out there in the water. Round number 2 elimination round, ladies and gentlemen. And I can see a lot of Brazil, bora. As I can see here, pra cima, Mone. Vai pra cima, vamos, Mone. Thank you all of the Brazilian crew for tuning in. As we are here for your third day of competition for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Morocco, Dakhla, the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. And it is 100% waves is what we are looking for out there on the water. Oh, nice open face there. Ismail. Good set wave. Oh, just lost the power and the speed. What a shame missing that section. Is he going to be able to get this back? Because that was a very nice opening term. Layback style here. Oh, going for a little 180 tail whip there. Good timing. Off the top. Ismail losing the board. Such a shame. You can see head going back. The frustration there. He is comfortably in the lead so far. But look at this. There was picture perfect timing. Just lost the foot under the board. What a Spain. So beautiful wave there from Ismail, just unfortunately getting caught up on both of it. But yeah, Ali Bakali from that heat before, 13.40, so great total there from him. Hendrik Lopez also 11.60, making their way through to round number 3. In the water, as we said before, we continue on with the overlapping system. So we have Gallicator and Felipe Monerat have just joined us. Simão Birto and Ismael Alazani are just about almost over. And there we can see Carlton Lopez. Always a smile, this guy. Always a smile. But unfortunately, that is going to be it for him. And then Wesley Brito, one of the most powerful wing foilers we have on tour. Alright, there we can see guys starting to get ready to go back out, as there are not many waves up there, not many set waves coming their way. Day number 3 down here in Dakhla, and Josie Asher will be here on the stream. Once again, thank you very much for joining in. If you guys and girls want any info on gear, equipment, locations, where you can try stuff, where are good locations at certain times of the year, make sure to let us know. And there you can see the kiteboarding boys, Zanny, Wesley and Kelton, just showing the love. Always a family vibe in between all of these athletes, which is so important, and especially the kiteboarding boys. Very, very tight in between each other. So as it stands, it is Simão now who is taking the advantage. Not quite sure. There was definitely some scores before. So waiting for confirmation on another wave. It's looking like there's a good score going to be dropped here for Ismail. That will take him into first position so far. And then we can see Shaka's Woodley Hall, Luca. And we can see Yadi starting to warm up. Sofia, as they are getting ready to rumble, as they're going to be coming up very shortly. So Charlie Martin is going to be going up against Woodley Hall, Matthew Lopez, and Noah Nicolas. Yanis Alonso will go against Jordi Sansa, and Clement Rossio against De Maneth. Here for your round number 2. On your screen right now, Gallagher local athletes. As we're just coming up on 3 minutes to go for heat number 3. And very, very close in between those two athletes. As we can see Simon Barro. Here we can see equipment getting ready. Getting checked. As athletes are getting ready to roll as we are in full competition mode. Alright, you can hear the locals shouting there for Gally, but going down there on that wave, very, very close in between Portuguese athlete Simar Wiro and Ismael Alazane. As you can see, with a 6.80 versus a 6.60. That is Charlie Martin, who is going to be getting ready to go into the water. He will be going up against the Australian Woodley Hall, who's going to be coming up next. You can see getting his Cabrini Drifter ready. Looks like he's going to be going out on... Well, he's got his 11 there. He's got a 10 there. I'm not quite sure. Maybe a 9. Definitely sure it's not going to be a 12. So I think, yeah, we're going to be seeing Charlie going out on a 9 meter. Athletes have changed down. The going size out there is a 10 meter, as we have about 18 to 20 knots of wind so far. The forecast is for it to increase throughout the day, and here a very nice wave. Ismail trying to loop it down, but goes off the back, and you can see the frustration. He knows he's so close. Final minute. That could have been the opportunity he was looking for. Could have been the opportunity he was looking for to increase on the 0.2 on his overall average. 0.21 if you want to win. He's gone for the one behind. Simao letting and leaving the door open for this final minute. Ismail. He knows it's close, so he's going to be engaging. Here we go. Final wave for him. Gets the power. Can he keep it together? Nice timing off the top. Beautiful top turn there from the Moroccan. Now check back, cut back turn. Now they're just going to move it out straight. Goes for the pop 180. The old revert slide out. So very nice old school surf freestyle moves there. And now coming all the way along. He only needs, as I said, to improve by a 0.21. So he's looking around a 3 is what he needs if he wants to have an opportunity going past, as that heat is now timed out. So Ismail all the way down. This one has opened up. He's already got a nice couple moves. Nice turn there as well. Pushing off the fins. Almost losing it out, but continues on and goes off the top. So I'm going to say I reckon that is definitely going to be enough. We will soon find out, as we don't have the same perspective. Now coming back into the water, Charlie Martin, Woodley Hall here for this heat number 5, round number 2. As it is definitely go time for these two. Just under 10 minutes to go. So it's going to be Martin and Hall coming out. Woodley Hall from Australia is going to be in the orange. And then obviously Charlie Martin from the Reunion Island. Yep, he is out on his 9 meter drifter. I can just see that floating through the sky in front of my booth. So Charlie Martin out there on a 9 meter. Your Cabrini athlete from the Reunion Island. And here Gal Couture looking for yet another score. Felipe from Brazil still not able to get away, but I mean, plenty of time, only a 2.90, so, you know, couple of turns and you've got that score. So anything can happen at the moment as we are in the second half for these two. And there we can see James Carew and Yanis Del Olmo getting ready. James Carew, winner of the Silt event. He's been a multiple-time world champion. He has won this event before. His first world championship title was crowned here. So a very special place. And we actually caught up with him early this morning, which we will show you guys when we get a little bit closer to his heat. But James getting ready to rumble. And all eyes on him, especially just coming off. He was out for pretty much a year. Just sustained and broke his leg. Couple of surgeries and a lot of rehab. And came back over there in Germany, Silt, taking the wind in some of the best conditions we've seen so far, gusting up to 45 knots. So definitely coming back with full strength. Let's see how the surfing side is. He has the highest combination heat score yesterday. Dow. We can see Sofia Maschetti and Yanis Del Olmo. Italian athletes here, always a good vibe. It's a Forza Italia. And both of those athletes, regulars on tour. Yanis on the GKA Kite-Surf World Cups. And then, of course, Sofia Maschetti on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. As we say, more than 20 nations joining us down here. We've got Japan, we've got Australia, the UK, France, Netherlands, of course, the local Moroccans. Also hailing from Canada, Brazil, Spain, Germany, Belgium. You name it, they're down here as the top athletes in the world for this dual combined event of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour and the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour, your Dakhla Morocco World Cup. On the water right now, Couture dropping in on the water, only has a 2.17. Looking to try and get a backup score here. Felipe at the moment, 0 across the board, so he's going to have to get a groove on. Only 6 minutes to go. Now, Charlie Matam dropping in. He's such a nice style, this young man. Let's see what he has here. Wave, not the biggest. Couple of little face check turns just to keep going down the line. And now here he's going to be looking for that first section. Nice. Letting the tail loose, dragging his textbook, but goes off the back. You can see just getting pulled out. Not having the best competition so far, Charlie. But still plenty of time to make it work. Alright, 3 white lycras in the water. You boys are starting to make my life very difficult. Okay, so that is going to be Charlie Martin at the back. In the front is going to be Couture. That's a better wave. Time that nice in the pocket. Now we're talking. Little bit late on that one. You can see just slightly out of sync. But this is definitely a better wave. And I can hear local Moroccan athletes shouting and cheering their fellow countrymen. Oh, but gets caught up and goes down. What a shame. But he is still in the lead. Alright, Felipe dropping in a wave. Needs to get some scores. It is very close. Dragging that backhand. And just, needs to get that kite low if he wants to be able to stay on the face with these offshore conditions. All right, 3 minutes to go so far. Waiting for some scores to be confirmed. I know Charlie Martin has a small to medium score coming his way. 4.37 there for Gallia that last wave. Very nice. 6.54. Felipe has got to get a move on if he wants to have an opportunity to continue alive in this competition. There we can see Ismail Alazan as well. So Ismail Alazani from Morocco taking the win there. This man you have on your screen, congratulations, as he moves into round number 3. This man, Felipe, is looking, scrambling for some waves, still yet to get a score, as he is in a sticky situation. The Brazilian surfer. Oh, this is a nice wave. He's picked this one off very nicely. Trying to air across the section, but just going down, getting his board caught up. He really needs something magical if he wants to be able to stay alive in this comp, as he only has a 0.87 as a top score and would need just shy of a 5. He would be needing a 5.3-ish if he wants to be overtaking Gali with 90 seconds on the clock. We can see Machu Lopez, Teo de Manes and all of the boys down there in the tent area. So the riders lounge down there at the bottom. As the tide is quite high there, all of them are setting up down the bottom due so they cannot set their kites up right at the top. And here we can see that is looking like, that looks like Charlie. Oh no, it isn't Charlie. That was Simao. So that was Simao coming off of the water. Do apologize. 4 riders at once, 4 different lycra colours, all the info. Trying to process. But yeah, Woodley Hall out at the back, your duotone athlete from Australia. As we approach the final 30 seconds also for Felipe and for Couture, and they're not in position. So I'm going to say that's looking like almost a done deal unofficially. Charlie 2.47, yeah, and there you can see Samar. So it is in that heat number 3, Ismail Alazan with an 8.50. Your winner moving into round number 3. He will be going up against Nikola Adabjiev in round number 3. And Woodley here just taking off on a little ankle biter. And you can see Felipe out the back as he is timed out. So yeah, that is going to be official. It is going to be Gallagher who's going to be taking the win. So here we have Charlie Martin and Woodley Hall in the water. And they're going to be joined right now by these two. Machu Lopez and Noah Nicolas. Machu representing Spain coming out of Cape Verde. And Noah representing France. Noah living out in Tarifa. There we can see Simao and Teo de Manes. Simao obviously not the happiest of athletes right now as his competition stretch is over after losing that round number 2. Machu Lopez also spends a lot of time in Spain and in Tarifa. Mr. Tropical of our sport. So much style. And there we can see Gray Foster, who is in that round number 3 coming down, as we are going to be pushing on as much as possible with the kite surf discipline here today. Machu Lopez here getting ready. The Style Master going out there on his duo Neo Shackers. Oh yeah. Dale fuerte y dale duro. So Macho Lopez and Noah having a little chill as their heat has already started. They should be getting out there on the water. So pressure applies, pressure applies. Alright, so Machu Lopez there, you can see him getting ready. As that green flag is in the sky. So at the moment, Charlie Martin and Woodley Hall on their second half. It is Woodley was in the lead. Felipe is, yep, he is going to be out. You can see definitely not happy there. Noah. These boys are pretty chilled considering they're 3 minutes late. Obviously this new overlapping system. I can see Machu already swooping that Neo through the sky, and it looks like he is also out there on a 10 meter. There you can see your Machu Lopez about to join in on the fun. Woodley waiting for a score to come in. Alright, we're back. Sorry, it looks like got a little leak in my live stream booth here. I promise I had a shower this morning, but I got some water coming in on one of the lights. We're just making sure that we don't have an electrical cut, because we want to be continuing with the action over here for your day number 3. So if we go silent, you do know the reason. But at the moment, Woodley Hall, Charlie Martin, Machu Lopez, Noah Nicolas are the athletes out there. Oh, we're going to hit by a gust hard there, Woodley. There we can see Noah with the yellow making his way out, and Kelton, unfortunately that's the end of the competition for him. Always a smile as I say. Okay, Woodley dropping in. He's got a 1.30. Charlie only has a 2.47. Both of these guys haven't really been able to connect on any other way, so it's got to be scavenging until the end. Up and away. Oh, misses the grab. And it unfortunately goes off the end there for that one. You can see went up with the hand, but it got caught and wasn't able to grab the board to be able to get that little air. So that's probably definitely not what he's looking for. Anyway, he's going to get a score. And here we can see Jordi Sansa, who will be coming up in about 5 minutes, as he's going to be going out with Yaris Del Olmo. Machu out the back. Calm, cool and collected, just waiting. Charlie, a 4.9 for that last wave, 7.37. As we finally had a little update with the scores. Throw that hamster another carrot, please, to get that speed a little bit faster. Alright, Charlie looking behind him. But he knows he's already got a good one. Really always laybacks, turns, drags that hand and pushes out. Little snap off the top there. 3 decent turns, check one here. Again, right on the pocket, but just, yeah, you can see a little bit too leaning a little bit too far back, not getting caught by the wind and going off the back of that wave. Tough times there for Charlie, but still he's in the lead, so he is your current heat leader of that heat number 5. Heat number 6 you can see out here on the water in front of us, Matthew Lopez. And Noah Nicolas all the way out there on the right hand side in the yellow. So that was your 2 athletes there from heat number 6. You can see our cameraman doing the best to follow all of these athletes out there. So priority is for heat number 5 at the moment. So Charlie Martin and Woodley Hall do have priority. Then in 2 minutes that priority will pass over to Matthew Lopez. Matthew deciding to turn around a little bit earlier. Charlie going a little bit further out. He had a 7.47. I can see there's definitely a few glitches in the scoring. As we have 90 seconds to go. Matthew Lopez about to engage on this wave. I'm just going to have to drop out for one moment as we're going to try and resolve this tiny water issue. And let's keep on enjoying the action out here on the water. Alright, we are back. And I won't be needing an umbrella anymore. So Matthew Lopez up there against Noah. Yaris Del Olmo against Jordi Sansa, who are going into the water right now. So here we can see Matthew, one of the best backside riders in the world. 4.87 there for him already. Matthew out there on the 10 meter. You can see him out there on the, if I'm not mistaken, yep, that is looking like the Whip LSLS. And now there we can see Yaris Del Olmo, Jordi Sansa Matthew Lopez, Noah Nicholas, your 2 heats that are going to be joining us. So now priority is always going to be for heat number 6, as heat number 7 is in the water. There you can see Yadis all the way out the back. I do apologize, guys, as we've had to fix the roof of the studio here as water's coming in. It looks like we have that resolved, so we are back and we are in action. So Noah Nicholas versus Matthew Lopez, Yadis Delonimo versus Jordi Sansa. Noah on your screen right now. Alright, Noah deciding to go all the way down, even though it's looking flattened out. Nope, deciding against that. Now, Matthew looking like he's got a wave here. Pushing, can he get on? No, he doesn't. Whoa. He is really trying to work for it. As you can see, it looks like it's getting really gusty out there. Woof. You can see Matthew's hands going up into the sky. He's not a happy Vegemite, as my granddad would say. Alright, Matthew Lopez, is he going to decide to engage on this wave? I think he is. As you know, it's getting close and he needs to make sure that he is in that advantage. 8.17 for that wave he had before, which was a beauty. Matthew, boom. Check turns, pushing against the road. You can see how offshore it is at the top. Nice, just letting that tail loose. Such a stylish backside rider, this young man. He goes, couple open turns. Matthew looking to improve on a 4.87, so an 8.17 and a 4.87, 13.03. Here we can see the replay of that last wave there from Matthew Lopez. And Matthew just really keeping busy scavenging here. Wants to make sure that Noah's not going to get past him. Oh, open turn, but just goes off the back there. Not being able to push against those fins. So we're coming in less than 3 minutes for them. There we can see Yaris Olmo, Italian athlete, also trying to have a little look-see. Right, all the athletes at the top really taking their time here. You can see Jordi and Yaris still not really getting a single score up on the board. I think I've seen them have some waves, so I think just waiting for those numbers to drop. 13.04 here for Lopez as we come into the final moment of the heat. Noah almost in a combination situation. And Yaris now looking to take off on a wave as that heat number 7. Let's not forget, heat number 8 will be coming out. As it's going to be Clementos here up against Theo Demanis. Yaris going off the back. You can see it really is turning offshore. Really is turning offshore. And the guys having trouble keeping their boards on the face of the wave. So let's see if Noah can get in on this wave. No, he can't. So it is going to be official. It is going to be Matthew. It is going to be Matthew Lopez who will be going into round number 3. This man here on your screen, as he's going to give us a final little wave. An 8.17. Beautiful scores there for Matthew. Just yeah, he missed the flow. As I say, the Rob Machado of our sport here. Matthew Lopez just going down the line, as he is on a victory run here, as he has the win, making his way into round number 3. And now Clementos here and Theo Demanis are going to be joining us out on the water as the final heats of round number 2. Those two, Clementos here, Theo Demanis, getting ready to go. And Yaris Delonmo and Jordi Sansa on their final 10 minutes. And Noah, who is already timed out, just having a little play here on the inside. Theo Cowers got a good amount of speed here. Already getting a couple of turns down. Yaris 0.73. Theo looking to see if he can make this one work down the point. A couple of checks turns. He's had one good turn so far. Looking powered, that's for sure. Oh, letting the tail loose, just holding it together here. Right in front of our booth right now. A little bit of a handbrake. Fin out there for him. Alright, so Jordi Sands, yeah, Yaris Del Olmo waiting for some numbers to drop because definitely those scores are not updated. We just saw Teo de Manis there on a very nice wave. Waiting for some scores to come in from him. As we continue on here, GKA Kite-Surf World Cup, Dakhla, Morocco, non-stop. Not even a 10-second break. We are going full steam ahead, pedal to the metal. A little bit further on, the man out there on the water, Teo de Manis, will be joining me here in the booth. So we can get some co-commentating going down. As we are right now, Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour event here in Morocco is green light and a go, go, go. I can see Kikets tuning in. El Anguila, ¿qué pasa, chaval? One of the veterans out here on tour. Took the win in Silt last year on the strapless freestyle. Good to see him coming back in, just joining the Elevate team. And we're just waiting for the second graphic to come in. Marco, exactamente, grande Yari. Forza Italia, grande Yari. Let's see how he's doing. Not much surfing going on at the moment, as you can see. Really starting to have to wait for those sets to come in. As we said, we're coming on that high tide roundabout right now. In 2 minutes time actually, so high tide, and then normally when tide changes it's like a half an hour stall, and then we will be dropping down. Alright, Teo de Manis, who I'm going to say is in the lead. We're waiting for those numbers to come in. We can see Machu Lopez, who just took the win there of his heat, making his way out. As we are coming to the final 13 minutes here of this round number 2. We can see James Carew getting ready. The winner of the last event over there in Silt, in Germany. As I said before, his first world champion title was won here. He's won this event before as well. And he will be coming up in heat number 2 or round number 3. So we're going to be continuing and pushing on. So far we can see, as it says on the screen, it's Clement in the lead, but I know Teo de Manis has had a couple of scores. So waiting for the update there. Just a little information coming in. So there we can see Teo de Manis with a 5.57 of that first wave. And now on the wave once again. And here in the white, Yadis del Olmo also trying to rack up some numbers. Big carve there from Teo de Manis. Beautiful. Water flying through the sky. So great work there from the Cabina athletes. Look at this. Perfect timing. Boom! Water flying left, right, and center. Great work there from him. So Teo de Manis in the lead so far. 5.57. He's going to be getting a good score for that second wave. Here we can see that is going to be Clement Osseo going backside. Clement, a very big surfing background. Surfing out Nasser. And always very, very talented when it comes to a board under his feet. Your duotone athlete coming out of France. And now we can see both of the athletes making their way back out to the back. So Yadis, a 5.66, who is in the driving seat so far. There we can see Hendrik Lopez getting ready to go in as we're going to be starting off round number 3. Round number 3 will be starting pretty much in about less than a minute. So in 26 seconds, we're going to have Hendrik Lopez going into the water. Alright, so it is going to be official. It is going to be Yadis del Olmo who will be making it through to that round number 3 as we continue on. And Yadis just having a little surferoo out there as well. Coming up next, we're going to be seeing join us out there on the water is going to be Moni Maggi and Hendrik Lopez. And while we're waiting for the athletes to make their way back out to the point, we're going to take this opportunity and have a short commercial break.
Faire gagner le sport.
Missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
And welcome back, everybody. As we are out there, we just saw Yanis Delonmo taking the win over Jordi Sansa. And now let's see who is going to be the top two out of these guys. Moni Maggi and Hendrik Lopez, the first heat of that round number 3. As we continue on with the action down here, day number 3 of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Green flag in the sky as we are getting ready to go. Alright, Clement here as they are on the final minute and a half of their heats. And Clement with a very nice backside ride, and also one of the better backside riders we have on tour. But Theo at the moment with a 10.95 versus a 5.63 from Clement. So Theo slightly ahead. Clement really going to want to milk this one, as he knows this is the only chance, the only opportunity he's going to have to be able to make that work. No, so he's going to be flying back. Is that going to be enough to make Theo have to improve on that 5.57, 5.37? We will soon find out. 40 seconds on the clock. Alright, finally, as we can see, the final 30 seconds. Theo, nice layback push there. A little bit of a cutback, just floating off of the fins. Clement also, I wouldn't have said that was going to happen, to be able to get back out there in time. So Clement, Theo, Clement, panning it out. Theo having a little look, see where that foam ball is. This is going to be some synchronized turn. He goes off the back. Clement, can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Theo knows he could have left the door open for the Frenchman. Clement trying to hold on for dear life. Already two good solid turns. We could have a buzzer beater on our hands. Clement is going to be milking this one all the way to the bottom. No! Gets caught out on the fin. And Maggi here looking to get his first wave. Alright, Moni Maggi on this wave, trying to see if he is going to be able to equal out the scores so far. Hendrik Lopez, 4.37, 4.97. As we push on, Hendrik, little layback, drag in the hands, going up through the lip there, just climbing, a couple little check turns, and here he is, bottom turn off the top. Then that tail loose as he just works his way down. Oh, pop 180, revert, very nice. Freestyle mixing it up. And here we have James Carew in the water. As we have started off, James Carew up against Ali Bakali. James already firing and started off with his first wave. And James, known for his power, one of the bigger riders out there. Alright, and actually we caught up with James a little earlier this morning. Let's see what he had to say. Wow, here with our current leader, James Carew, coming off a win in Silt. James, Dakhla, special place in your heart. You were Rookie of the Year back in the day here, and also this was the wave that gave you your first World Championship title.
Yeah, you know, every time I come here, something special happens. As you said, the first year ever that I was here, I won Rookie of the Year. And yeah, I won last time I was here, I won the event, so I'm feeling great. We got some decent conditions today, so I'm ready to put on show.
James, you're known for your powerhouse surfing. Obviously, the conditions are a little bit more on the smaller side. I know you've been hanging out quite a lot in Brazil, in Taiba, which is similar side, kind of that little onshore, little mushy wave. Hopefully the swell is going to be pushing through. what are you going to be using to be able to maximize this? Because the wave, you really have to go all the way and connect those sections if you want those top scores.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wave that really favors the guys who have, you know, more knowledge, have more years in the water, have been here more times. It's a hard wave to ride, especially today with the conditions we're going to have. Probably the first couple of heats will be quite high tide, so you really just have to understand the wave and the wind conditions that we have to be able to ride it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, mate. Let's make something special happen, and good luck out there. All right, so there we can see James giving a little insight of how he feels here and what he wants to be doing. Definitely one of the men to be looking out at. He has the best combination score there from yesterday with that 16.27. And now coming out on the water there together with Mohammed Ali Bakali. So waiting for results to come in as Hendrik Lopez and Mouni Maji are just about to be timed out. And then James Carew and Ali Bakali will be the two athletes who are getting out there on the water. So there we can see Teo de Manes is going to be very happy, as I'm just waiting for confirmation. But seeing by his scores, it was looking like he could have the win, but so close with Clement. So we're going to have to wait for the official ones. Unofficially, it does look like Teo has just done enough. We will get the confirmation. Here we can see Ismail Adazani. He's going to be going up against Nikola Abdalgiev from Bulgaria. That heat number 3. And there we can see Hendrik at the moment 6.30, 4.97. Very consistent Hendrik at this event. As I mentioned before, he slashed his Achilles tendon over there in Silts. And has been rehabbing that to come back up. Alright, so it looks like information coming in over the PA system. It looks like after this heat number 18, so the heat together with James Carew and Ali Bakali, we are going to have to stop. And we're going to have a rerun of heat number 4 of round number 2. Okay, so we're going to have a rerun of heat number 12, Gali Couture and Felipe Monerat. So after heat number 12, we're going to have a rerun of that heat as we continue on. And at the moment, James Carew here on your screen. Look how far he throws that tail, just makes pushing against that wave. One of the strongest riders we have on tour. Multiple time world champion. And he is hungry, I can tell you that. But he is up against Ali Bakali. Ali we saw get 7-point rise before. So anything can happen, and Ali really knows this wave. He really knows this wave. Alright, so 2 minutes to go here for Hendricks. Alright, so 6.87 so far. James Carew in the lead, but we are waiting for scores to be updated as it looks like things are going to change. Alright, so it looks like there's going to be a 10-minute extension on that heat number 12 of that round number 1. Final minute. Hendrik Lopez is trailing behind Moni Maggi. So waiting to see what is going to be happening out here with this one, because this could be one of the first upsets of the competition. 30 seconds. Hendrik pretty much just needing something. He doesn't need much, so he's going to be obviously probably going to be playing this one safe, as he only needs a 1.38 if he wants to go into the lead. So just having a couple of little check turns here as he makes his way here on the inside and just slashing it out and letting that tail loose. And here we have Ali Bakali. So now, question will be if heat number 12 is going to go on the water before the end of this heat. We will soon find out, but I don't think that is going to be the case. I do apologize. That is looking like it's going to be Maggi, though he's timed out. I'm not sure if he got on that before the timer. Getting information a little bit left, right, and center so far. Alright, so it is official. Teo de Manis has taken the win. So Teo de Manis taking the win over Clement Rosselló over 10.94 versus a 10.23. So Teo de Manis has taken the win there on that final heat, and waiting for the results there of the heat between Yaris del Olmo and Jordi Sansa. So now it looks like we are going to be doing a rerun here, as I said. So 12.07 there for James Carew. 5.20, 6.87. Ali now dropping in on a little wave here. Wow, you can see how hard they are pushing. There you go, pushes it up there. Okay, so it does look like, yes, we are going to have heat number 12 is going to be coming in after this heat. Heat number 12 is going to be coming after this heat, and I can hear all of the Moroccans shouting down here after that wave. Ali waiting for that score. A great wave there. All the way down the bank. So after this heat, we are going to be going into heat number 12 for 10 minutes. So heat number 12 which is going to be in between Gali Couture and Felipe Monerat. And here, just airing across that section, James Carew. All right, 6 minutes to go. So Ali, we were waiting for those scores. I know scores are taking a little bit of time because it looks like there was a protest, hence why we had to repeat the heat in between Gali and Felipe Montenegro. And then we are going to continue on. Alright, so finally it looks like it's clear. Thank you very much, Alvaro. So, after this heat, in the next 5 minutes, we will be going into round number 1, heat number 4. Gali Couture, Felipe Monerat, who's going to have a 10-minute extension. After those 10 minutes, we were then going to be continuing on with heat number 3 of round number 3. Here we can see Hendrik Lopez is taking the win with a 13.37. We can see the rest of the guys getting ready to go. Alright, I do apologise. I had to jump out of the booth there so I can actually get some information on what is happening. So yes, at the end of the heat, we will be moving into a rerun for 10 minutes of the heat in between Felipe Monerat and Gali Couture. That is what is going to be happening out here. Results in from that heat number 15. It is going to be Hendrik Lopez taking the win. So Hendrik Lopez has taken the win out of that heat number 15, so congratulations there to him, meaning he has completed and made his way into round number 4. So the first man to be making it into the quarterfinals, out here on the screen right now, James Carew, Ali Bakali. There's definitely some glitches on the scoring system because I can see that not all of the scores are being posted. but I can say that it is looking like James Crew is in the lead. Ali Bakali having one very good wave, James having two. We saw Ali do it before. Does look like there might be some ripples out there. Hopefully be able to get in from the point break. But yeah, unfortunately it looks like that rerun that had to happen. There's a smile there from Hendricks as he has the win. And there we can see the athletes getting ready. Here we can see some of the, he's got the tunes. We've got Sebastian Ribeiro down there. Pedro Matos. As we are getting ready to continue on at round number 3. But we're going to have a rerun very shortly. And here we can see as we have 10 more seconds to go. 10 more seconds to go. And this is going to be the final ride here for Ali Bakali. Alright, so Ali Bakali is going to be closing this one out. And we can hear everybody there on the beach starting to give him a cheer on. So that is going to be it. Who is going to be going through, we will soon find out. Let's check the highlights of that heat.
dièse. Faire gagner le sport.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Canada International Airport.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
And welcome back, everybody, to the third day down here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. Coming out, we're going to have the 10-minute heat of Gali Couture versus Felipe Monirat. So these two athletes have an extension of 10 minutes due to a protest. As we continue on with the action. So there we can see Felipe with the yellow lycra and the red board, knocking out the ozone, and then we can see Couture is going to be out there on the F1. As he's just making his way all the way from the bottom. So both of these guys have a little bit of an extension. So a 0.87 and a 0.8 for Felipe. He is really far down here. Looking to try and scavenge on one of these inside rollers. Ah, Red Bull will give you wings, boys. Watch out. Ismail Alexander, we can see Maggie as well. One of the locals, Shaq is up. The vibes are happening down here in Dakhla. Alright, so here we can see Felipe, a nice turn there. As they have 4.5 minutes, as it looks like. Unfortunately, that clock is not correct. There's definitely some bugs in the system right now. This is starting to get a little bit frustrating, but we will push on, ladies and gentlemen. We will push on. So 4 minutes of action on there. As the rerun here of this heat number 4, round number 2. Oh, Matthew Lopez, he has the vibe, he's happy. Had a very nice heat, 30.04 up against Noah Nicholas with a 6.30. So Matthew is in to round number 3. He's going to be going up against Pedro Matos, both of the duotone athletes. Pedro yesterday with one of the top scores of a 15.0, excuse me. So always one of the heavy hitters. He has been a winner here in Dakhla before, knows what it is to take that top spot on the podium. As we come into the final minutes. So Felipe here looking like he is going to improve on one of his scores. There we can see Theo and Noah having a little laugh. And Couture here going to be dropping him. Felipe still yet not being able to get a wave that he was looking for. even though we have done the 10-minute extension in the rerun here. You can see really struggling out there with the conditions. Alright, so 6.54 for this man on your screen. He is leading this heat. Looks like he is going to be leading it all the way as well. All the way down, I can start to hear the Moroccan locals loving them throw down here in front of them in Dakhla. Oh, does he get it off? Yes, he just able to get that one back up. With 90 seconds to go, and Felipe is in a very tight situation. A very tight situation if he wants to have an opportunity to be able to perform out there, as he is a 6.54 for Couture. He's going to have to really up his game. Ismael there with the tunes. Wonder what he's listening to. Do you reckon it will be Enrique Iglesias' Hero? Is it going to be a little bit of techno? Is it going to be a little bit of classical music? I got a feeling it's going to be a little techno if I know Ismael. Getting himself ready, getting himself amped. 60 seconds. As we are just about to close this heat out. And then the next heat on the water will be round number 3. Heat number 3. Nikola Atalchiev and Ismail Alazane. And we can see both the athletes, as that is going to be it. So it is going to be Gali de Couture, the local Moroccan athlete, is going to be making it through to the next round. Congratulations to him. As we continue on, round number 3, heat number 3, we will be back after a short commercial break. And welcome back, everybody, as green flag is in the sky. Out there on the water, we're going to have round number 3 heat. Number 3, Nikola Adagiev is going to be going out against Ismail Alazane, as we are going back into sequence. And we will be starting off with the overlapping system as well. So here we can see with the orange lycra is going to be Ismail. With the white lycra is going to be Nikola Adagiev. 20 minutes of action, 12 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. We are looking for fluid, connecting surfing. 100% waves, as we are here for the GKA Kite-Surf Dakhla Morocco World Cup. So far we've seen some of the top scores happening out there. Pedro Matos is going to be coming up very shortly. James in that round number 3 has had a 14.47. Hendrik Lopez with 13.37. We saw on that day number 1 around the 14s, 15s, even 16 plus the top scores. So Nikola Adagiev, one of the most stylish laid-back surfers we have down here on tour, repping out Bulgaria and repping out the bucket hats. Right in there for RRD, so here we go. Nikola dropping in all the way up on the point. Nice tail slide there in the section right on the sweet spot. Starting very high up, a little bit of a roundhouse cutback. So already started all the way on the top of the point. And now he's just going to be riding this foam ball ever so slightly down until the wave starts to hit the sandbar. And he's going to be able to start to engage. So here we go again. Boom, off the top. Nice cutback there for him. Little bit of a snap check turn. Again, middle of the section. Looking to time it to be able to get a good hit. First wave of the heat here for him, round number 3. And really just working this one all the way down. He must see something of it. As Nikola is going to be making his way back out there, we can see Ismail also out there on the points. In the next seat is going to be Gabriel Benetton and Gary Couture, who took the win over Felipe Monerat from Brazil. Unfortunately not being able to get many waves. As I said before, 20-minute heats. As we continue on here in Dakhla, waves a little bit better. Tide is pretty much just, it's an hour past high tide now. Low tide is going to be at 6:30. So at the moment here, when it really starts to work, is at that mid tide is where we've been seeing the best conditions so far. The idea is to push as long as possible today, as so far on the forecast it just seems like it is going to be the better day of the week. So we want to go as far as we can. Hence why we're introducing this new overlapping system, to be able to save time and be able to advance through even faster. Here we can see Alright, here we can see Nikola out there on the point. Ismail, Gabriel Benson waiting out back there, as he will be going into sequence very shortly, as we're just coming up on the 5 minutes. Let's not forget, every 10 minutes a new heat will go into the water. The heat was in there first is going to have that preference. With this overlapping system, we'll have priority, and the heat that just arrived for the first 10 minutes will not have that priority. Ismail here, still waiting to see if he can get a wave. Nicola with 5.90 of that last wave that we just saw. As we are pushing on round number 3, heat number 3. Third day, 333 of your competition down here in Morocco. Beautiful sunny day. We've got about 25 degrees, winds around 20 knots. Athletes out on 9 and 10 meter kites. Here we can see Ismail starting to drop in. And just making it all the way down. Pretty much just straight lining it so far. Waves are very difficult. Nice hit there from Ismail. Linking up 2 turns. Power to carve in bottom turn off the top. And now this is where he starts to get busy. You can see and hear the locals shouting him on. Local support is very, very big out here. Unfortunately, in that previous heat in between James Carew and Ali Bakali, Ali was not using the right color lycra, so he was not scored. So unfortunately, if you go out with the wrong lycra, you're not scored, and that has cost him continuing on in the competition. So Nicola just circling around there. There we can see Gray Foster getting ready. So what's he going to be pumping up? Let's see if we can get a look at his kite to see what the number is. Obviously not. Alright, so there we can see at the top that green flag in the sky, blue flag meaning that it is the first heat of the bracket that has that priority. So Nicola and Ismail. As we can see, Nicola is behind with the bucket hat. Here in front is Gabriel, which is in the next heat. As he's just waiting to see, and there's 2.5 minutes. There we can see Gray Foster getting ready and starting off, pumping it up. He's got an 11 there, so I reckon it's probably, you can see 9s, I'm seeing 10s. And patience, as they say, 90 seconds to go before Gabriel Benetton is going to be coming into play. He's going to be going up against a Gali Couture. We had a 10-minute break due to the fact that Gali won his round number 2, and a little break for him to get a breather to go into round number 3 as he was straight off and then back onto the water. He got a 4.77 for Ismail, so a nice wave there for them. So anybody's game out there at the moment for these two athletes to the final minute, until it is going to be Gabriel coming out and joining the party. So here we can see both of these guys up on the point, as this is going to be priority for them. It's looking like Nicola might be taking off on the white lycra as he just disappears from our shot. Nicola surfing all the way down and starting to get a couple of turns in. Nice carving cut back there, just pushing off against that fins, powering through that turn. You can see Nice, then whips it back around to keep the speed. This is going to be a good wave here for Nicola. Links it up, great timing off of the top, letting that tail loose, getting that water flying. Nikola Adagiev all the way down. And a very long and nice wave here for him. Ending off with an air with style, Nikola. Going to be really interesting to see the score of this one, because this is all the way from the top, very complete wave, nice surfing. A little bit of a jump, a little bit of an air, a little bit of everything in there. And now coming into play also is going to be Gabriel Benelson and Gali Couture as we are past that 10-minute mark, as they're going to be going back out onto the water. And here we have Gabriel Benetton and Gali Couture, those athletes that are now joining us out here on the water. Gabriel Benetton, one of the most stylish surfers we have. Hailing out of Brazil, spends a lot of time in the water. Just had a trip down there in Indo, getting some barrels. We've seen some great things on the gram. We saw him getting an absolute bang of a triple front roll with a shove it over there in Silt, getting a 10-point score on that one. And now let's see how he's going to be pulling it off here in the waves. At the moment, Ismail Alassane, you can see him here. Nice little air just to get past that section. Ismail looking to improve his scores. That's definitely is going to do it. Straight lining it a bit, but he's keeping the speed. Going to want to go a little bit more vertical if he wants to get those scores. And airs past that section, but drops the nose. That is going to be an incomplete wave for him. He's not going to be happy with that, as he's going to be making his way back out to the point. Gabriel Benetton there with the whites. And we can see here, if I'm not mistaken, yep. That is looking like, I think it's looking like Sebastian Ribeiro. Yes, that is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro, because he's coming up next. So Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil. We caught up with him earlier this morning, so we'll bring that to you guys and girls and see what he had to say. But now, eyes on the water. Gabriel Benetton, Gali Couture, Nikola Adagiev, Ismail Adazane. Nikola in the lead so far in his heat, and waiting for some scores to be dropped. Yari's there on more. Grande, Yari. Grande. I can see Tama over here on the stream. Go Isma. I agree. And Marlon Suarez. Let's go Burga. And here we can see him on there. Gabriel Benetton backside here. So goofy foot athlete. As he is just starting to get some scores on the board. We can see also, it looks like Gali's going to be taking off. As you can see him here with the yellow lycra. But Gabriel going to be riding this one to the bottom, as now as it hits that sandbar, it starts to work off the top and all the way down there. And Gali Couture also getting a wave, so here we can see 5.70, 5.90 there for Nicola. And Sebastian Ribeiro going out into the water. So make sure he is ready for his heat, as he will be entering into competition in 5.5 minutes time. Ismail 3.07, 4.77. Nicola 5.90, 5.70. So Nicola in the lead so far, waiting for numbers to be dropped here for Gabriel and Couture, as they have both had a wave. Alright, Ismail on an inside roller here. A little bit better. Can he keep that speed? He does. Bottom turn, right in the right section. Mid-face turn, didn't go all the way up. Looking better here. Here, can he engage? Yes, he does. Powerful hack here from the Moroccan. Once again, letting that tail loose. This is the Ismail we're used to seeing. Great wave there for him. And managing to stay on that, pushing like there's no tomorrow. Ismail off the top all the way down. This is going to be a very good score. This could mix it up. Adrian, good afternoon, mate. I miss you guys too. Congratulations on a great job on the Cold Hawaii stream. Adrian and Colin Carroll calling the shots on the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier down there in Denmark. Unfortunately, green light was just the day when I came here, and I couldn't make the event to be on the MC, and Lewis Craffen was there, also killing it. Great work, boys. It looked, I will say it looked chilly, but incredible to see where the big air scene is going. Hope to see you guys soon. Right now we have waves down here in Dakhla, ankle biters, but there's occasional hip slapper. So hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more as that tide starts to drain out ever so slightly, and then we'll be able to see a little bit more sections on the bottom side. 3 minutes 20 to go here for that round number 3, heat number 3, and more than 13 to go on that other heat. Here we can see Woodley Hall, Aussie, making his way through to that round number 3. Let's not forget elimination rounds. Round number 4, only one can prevail. Only one man can go through to that and make his way into the quarterfinals so far. Hendrix Lopez, James Carew. 2 athletes already seeded in to the quarterfinals. And now looking to see who's going to be the winner in between Ismail Adabziev and Nikola Adabziev and Ismail Alazan and Gabriel Benetton and Gali Couture. 20 knots of wind. Athletes are out there on 9 or 10 meter kites. Liking what we see, and conditions improving. Right, less than 2 minutes to go. Very close in between Nicola and Ismail. Both of the boys are out in position. You can see on the orange your two-tone athlete over there on the right-hand side. Then we can see Nicola, the RD athlete, repping out the bucket hat. A Red Bull rider. Red Bull athlete. Trying to fly his way through into round number 4, the quarterfinals here of this Dakhla World Cup. And here we can see Woodley Hall getting ready. Alright, closing moments. Nicola at the moment does have the upper hand, deciding a pivot turn on this one. Obviously seen something that he likes. He knows Ismail is very closely behind, so he's going to want to try and improve. 5.70, 5.90. Ah, nice little ollie, skipping the tail there. Nicola all the way down, jumps it off, airs that little section just to make his way past. Cut back turn, going back into the power section of the wave. Floaty off the top, very small, but she's keeping it moving, keeping himself with speed all the way down. Not sure he's going to be getting more than that 5.30 for his backup score. He wants to make sure he's keeping himself busy out there as we continue on. So waiting for confirmation on the scores, but at the moment, Nikolai Dajiev definitely having the upper hand in that heat. And now coming up next, we are going to be having Sebastian Ribeiro and Woodley Hall's going to be joining in. And so far, Gabrielle Benetton with a 10.97. And we can see Ismail got a wave as well. So this one is going to be coming down to the wire. Alright, and there they are. Sebastian Ribeiro, Woodley Hall are the two athletes that are going to be coming up next, as they are just going to be joining us out there in the water. We can see Seb destroying the wave there in the back in the white lycra. And here in the yellow, that is going to be Gallagher Couture, as we are starting to get on a rumble. Here we can see Gabrielle right in front of us. Cameraman just turning into it because you can see the action. Nicely done. Gabrielle backside all the way down. We're starting to get a little bit more size as that tide comes in. Benetton, boom! Straight off the top. Your core athlete repping out Brazil. And he is going to be going all the way down to the beach. Beautiful riding here from the Brazilian. And that man on your screen, Sebastian Ribeiro, I caught up with him a little earlier this morning. Let's see what he had to say. So standing down here on the beach before we start off day number 3 with the Brazilian athlete Sebastian Ribeiro. Sebastian, good morning.
Good morning. Looks like we have some good waves right now.
Seb, you had some of the best surfing yesterday. You are one of the usual suspects at the top of the podium when it comes to that 100% surfing format. You focus purely on the surfing. As you say, looking a little bit better out there. What are you thinking for today?
I think they did the right call to try to run the whole event today. So looking at the forecast, I think today is for sure the best day we have. I saw already some good sets, and as you said, I'm always looking for pure surfing. Try to surf to bring all my surf background. Really surf the wave, and I think, as I said, today is the best opportunity, the best day we have.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, Seb. Thank you very much. And there you go, Sebastian. We can see him riding that wave in the background. He just has such a powerful, pure surfing style. Really just, crouches down, uses the power of the wave, and uses the kite to his advantage. One of the top athletes, and looking at that last wave he just had, I wouldn't be surprised that's going to be one of the best scores we've seen so far. Just look, he crouches down, makes it. He is always in the pocket. He's not going out in front of the wave. And here we can see Ismael Alazane waiting for scores to drop in as we continue on. So you can see Sebastian Ribeiro 7.70, so very nice wave there from him. A 4.57 there for Woodley Hall. When it comes to Gabrielle and Couture, we can see Gabrielle 10.97 and a 5.83. Woodley going to be pushing against it, 4.57. Just getting caught up on the turn there, unfortunately. Wobbling out on that bottom turn, not grabbing and really driving through those fins. There are some very gusty sections through the middle of here, so if you're not cruising and using the power of the wave, sometimes the wind can just throw you off and give yourself a little there. But here, that's a better turn. Nice, powerful off the top. Letting some of the water loose and just stalling and cutting himself back to see if it goes up, deciding against it. Nice wave there from Woodley, so that's going to be a second score up there for him. You can see just not completely finishing on those turns, making sure he keeps that speed to be going down the line. It's quite smart moves there, because sometimes if you really don't time it right and you get caught out on the inside, it really does make a difference. You can get caught out and just get pulled off completely out of the back. Sebastian and Gabriel having a little chat out there, both of the Brazilians. And as I say, that beautiful wave there of Sebastian Ribeiro with a 7.70. Woodley Hole 5.90. So again, a very nice score. And there, that man, James Carew, laser focus as he took the win over Ali Bakali, moving himself into the quarterfinals together with Hendrik Lopez. And then also just waiting for those results to be dropped. It is going to be Nikola Adabjiev. So Nikola Adabjiev taking the win over Ismail Alazane. So Nikola Adabjiev making his way into the quarterfinals of this competition. As we're just coming up on about 3 minutes left for Gabriel, as you can see him here on your screen. And you can see there 8.70, that last wave from Seb, so waiting for that score to be setting. So an 8.70. And here Gabriel backside in it all the way along. I mean, as I said while we were seeing that interview with Seb, one of the best waves we've seen so far. And I have a feeling that is going to be the best wave we've seen so far. Let me go to that heat of round number 1 of James, as he was 16 plus. So yeah, that is going to be one of the top waves of the competition so far. Just double checking here to make sure I get my facts right. So it is definitely looking, yep, Sebastian Ribeiro with the best score so far. So he is the man to beat so far, as he has had multiple 8s, but that 8.70 is the best score we have seen so far out here today. And it is the top score of the competition as well. Yep, just checking the facts. So Sebastian Ribeiro at the moment looking like he's the man to beat. You can see there 16.40. James Carew had a 16.27, which was the best combination score, but Sebastian Ribeiro has now overtaken that. So he is the top athlete, the top man on tour so far here in Dakhla, as he is looking very comfortable out there. So Gabriel Benetton and Gallagher still having priority, and you can see that Benetton having a little look-see behind Sebastian as we come into the final minutes. So final minute right now here for Gabriel Benetton and Gallagher here of this round number 3, heat number 4. So here we can see, yep, so it is highest single score, an 8.57 was James Carew yesterday, but now Sebastian Ribeiro with an 8.7 today. So those are the top 2 scores out there. Thank you, Julio. And here Woodley Hall, this is a better set wave. Nice. This is looking beautiful, as both of them are going to be wrapping in. We're going to see Seb also is going to be joining and linking it through. Outside turn there for Sebastian Ribeiro. Woodley Hall here on the inside. Seb is behind him. We'll hopefully be able to give you a catch in a replay. Alright, Woodley working this one all the way to the bottom. So we're going to watch this wave and then we will see the replay of that last wave. So that's going to be a crash off for him. Let's check the replay of that last wave. Alright, here we can see trying to get into it, but yeah, unfortunately not going to be going on that one. And it looks like it was the one behind that made him go in. Alright, so that is going to be, Pedro Matos, who has come in the next heat. Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez. So Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez coming into the water. Only one will prevail, making their way through to the quarterfinals so far. The battle in between Sebastian Ribeiro and Woodley Hall. And then now joining us, Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez. So we can see Pedro here in front. So the two white Lycos are the two Brazilians, Matos and Ribeiro. Ribeiro was the best wave of the competition so far in this heat already. Matos just a little in out. Machu, he is going to be patient. Known this guy for a very long time. He knows what it is to be going up against Pedro. It's only going to be the better waves that are going to give them an opportunity. He does not want to lose position. You can see him there protecting that position. Sebastian Ribeiro with the best wave of the competition so far, a 9.4. So Pedro Matos here. Sebastian Ribeiro, a force to be reckoned with, obviously with the four athletes out there in the water. Looking for the replay of that last wave, a 9.4. Alright, so Machu Lopez going behind the point there, having a little look back. You can see Pedro looking back as well. Machu having a little look-see. Is he going to be going in? He's a backside rider, so he'll be switching the feet if he is. Looking back again. Alright, so Machu decided to engage. So here we go. Lopez going to be dropping in. And deciding against it. Okay. Pedro Matos scavenging as well. Trying to get on a wave. Is he going to be going? Yes, he is. Alright, so Pedro Matos. First check turn and cut back. Another check turn here. We can see it starting to open up. Nice. Linking those two moves together. Keeping the power. Driving. Boom! Pedrinho. And again, letting that tail loose. Surfing style. Coming in from Brazil. Beautiful. Layback hat cut back there from the Brazilian. And timing that perfectly all the way down. This is one of the best waves we've seen so far. We've got a 9.40 from Sebastian. Pedro keeping himself busy. Now he's going to be waiting it out Oh, just managing to keep onto that nose. You can see just flashing out a little bit here in front of us. Now he comes right in front of the live booth here. So Pedro Matos is going to be opening it up all the way down. And a beautiful wave there. From top to bottom, all the way from the points down to the shore. Judges are going to be rewarding that one highly. Let's see what scores he's going to be getting. But look at the timing. Smack! Right on the lip. Here again. Once again, picture perfect timing. 3 turns in a row, just linking it together. And there, you can just see water flying. Making sure he can continue his speed down the line. Pedro Matos waiting for that score to be dropped. So far, Sebastian Ribeiro, 9.40, 8.70, 18.10, the best heat of the competition. Sebastian is here to do some damage, and he wants to take the crown home. Pedro Matos, the other Brazilian there on that wave, looking very smooth and fluid. Matthew still waiting for his opportunity to find one that will roll all the way down the sandbank. And Pedro having the upper hand there so far. Alright, Woodley dropping in here. He needs to up his game if he wants to be able to be taking out Sebastian Ribeiro, because he is pretty much... he is comboed out, so he needs to improve on both of his scores. Sebastian having been pretty much a picture perfect heat so far. Gabriel Benetton going down and taking the win, moving through to the quarterfinals here of the Moroccan World Cup. Overtaking Gali Couture on that previous heat. And we are still waiting for the number to come up from Pedro Matos. Now we're talking. Boom! Pedro once again just opening up, letting that tail loose. Off the top, wrapping it around. You can see here, just staying in the foam ball, making sure he can hit it on that perfect position. Straight in the pocket. Oh, Pedro is meaning business right now. Layback after layback, turn after turn. Pedro with 2 beautiful waves scoring. Come on, boys, step up a gear. Let's get some numbers. Matsu still going to be going on one of the first waves here. Pushing back, obviously backside on this wave. Very hard. Nice vertical turn there right in front of Pedro, saying, hey, you see that? Do you like it? I'm going to do it again. As we have the battle out here on the water. Matsu wrapping it round. Turn for turn, also here for the Cape Verdean off the top. You can see just getting low, getting that style. Sebastian Ribeiro here. Is that Sebastian? Yes, it is Sebastian. Same white, same lycra, same boards, same nationality. Not making my life easy, these two. But the Brazilian powerhouse is throwing down. Oh, going for a little trickaroo there. So 7.57 for that first wave from Pedro. Let's see how that second score. There you go. 7.50 for that second wave from Pedro. So both of the judges validating those at the same time. Thank you very much. 15.50. But Sebastian Ribeiro with an 18 plus score. The top score of the competition so far. Incredible surfing there from him. And as the moment we are going to have out there on the water is going to be Gray Foster, Yaris Del Olmo, and Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez. So here, Yaris Del Olmo, the Italian, also backside athletes. Getting vertical off the top, trying to wrap it around, getting it caught up ever so slightly. And here we can see that is going to be Gray Foster, yeah, also in the white. As their heat has just started, they are 2 minutes into their heat. And Gray pushing against it ever so slightly as well, just trying to make it work. And again, all the way down. Here we go. Boom! Nice right in there from Gray. Beautiful finisher there for the American. All right, now Pedro dropping in. He's a little bit further down the bay now, so you can see that mid tide starting to hit. We're getting some of the better swells. Pedro handbrake turn, grabbing and dropping that arm into the water. Snap turn off of the top, goes back. Perfect timing, hit that right on the money. And again, across and above the lip, throwing that tail around and just gaining speed as he goes down. When an athlete of this caliber, you can see he's that confident. Things like this happen. You can see Matthew there also going completely vertical and almost having to come off of his board, and a beautiful air there from Pedro. He is just milking this to the very end. Matthew also throwing it down as both of the athletes are neck and neck here. And a roundhouse carve there for the Cape Verdean. So battling between these two, but definitely at the moment, Pedro Matos having the upper hand. You can see, look at this air. Up, boom, straight back on the face just to get past that section. Mixing it up. Okay, we can say, where is Wally out there? As we are just coming in the final 6.5 minutes of this heat for Pedro Matos and Matthew. And then also joining us in the water, Gray Foster and Yaris Del Olmo. Gray with a very nice wave on that last one. So there you can see Gray Foster, Yaris Del Olmo. And let's get that graphic out of there and see who is behind. I'm going to say it's Yaris. That's what I call putting a stamp on an athlete. So Yaris all the way down the line. Here we go. Boom. Keeping the speed, wrapping it round. Where the head goes, the body will follow. And it is Yaris Del Olmo. Smack. All the way down to the inside. One of the things you can see the distance, he is going a little bit more straight line than, for example, we're seeing there from Macho, we're seeing from Sebastian and Pedro. It is so hard backside to be able to wrap that around and get those vertical turns. But Yaris putting on a good show here so far. Round number 3 over here for the Moroccan Dakhla World Cup. Once again, a big shout out to Driss and Lila for making this event happen. Coming over here to the West Point Hotel. Always making us feel like family. As I said before, the West Point Hotel, right on the point break. Have a shower. You can be shampooing and seeing the barrels right out there in front of you. And there is no better lullaby than the sound of the ocean in motion to put yourself to sleep and wake you up in the morning to jump off the rocks and go for a little surf. Very happy that the swell has finally hit, as it was not showing much, but at least we have shoulder high waves on some of the sets now for our athletes to start to perform on. So far, Sebastian Ribeiro with the top heat and wave score of the competition, looking like the man to beat out there at the moment. James Carew closely behind him. Pedro Matos, we're waiting for some scores. He had a 7.57 for that first one. I know there's more scores coming his way. And I'm getting some results coming in, which I'm pretty sure I'm going to know. Yep. So Sebastian Ribeiro at 18.10, taking the win and making his way into the quarterfinals. See who he's going to be coming up against. So Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be coming up with the winner of the heat in between. He is going to be coming in the heat in between 22. So in between Pedro Matos and Machu Lopez. So we could at the moment have a Brazilian standoff on our hands. Pedro Matos has had 2 good waves. Machu has had 2 good waves. So I know there are scores definitely coming our way. Machu. Oh, no-handed turn surfing style. Pedro at the top as well. Synchronized turns here. Battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals down here in Dakhla. Machu with a nice wave. Opening up all the way down the bay. But he doesn't look happy. You can see his hand just fighting against it, as he knows it is close, but he has a 7.30. You see, now Machu is completely back into contention. Pedro is flying back up to the point as well. He wants to make sure that Machu doesn't get on another one. Gray Foster has a 5.45 for that first wave where he got that really nice finisher. And now here, staying close to the foam ball, Gray, one of the bigger athletes, pushing against the fins. You can see it's kind of those long, open, carving hacks, and then just slightly edges the tail out at the end, but yeah, not much of a face there. Now Yaris, so far in the lead, 7.60, 3.60, 4.0. And Yaris, just trying here on the inside. I mean, Yaris, he's in a comfortable position, but I mean, it is very close in between these two guys. Gray, he has improved so much on his surfing. Been seeing him getting some very nice turns. 30 seconds to go. Machu is trying to scavenge something here, as he knows it is counting down. But yeah, there is nothing coming his way. And you can just see by his body language, I think he knows it is closing doors. Still waiting for scores to come in. Okay, he is going to be turned. Is he going to be turning around? Is there going to be enough time for him to be on the bump? We will soon find out. But, yep, nope. And also congratulating Pedro there. So, I think Matthew knows we're waiting for official results. But congratulations there to Pedro. As you can see, he's happy as he knows he's had a very good heat. Coming up next, Ayrton Corzolino, Teo De Manis are going to be coming in the water. Let's not forget the winner of this round will be going into the quarterfinals. And here we can see Pedro Matos just making his way back to the beach. Ayrton Corzolino there on the bottom, your gong athlete. Get a look at Ayrton's kite. If I'm not mistaken, I think he was on the Ito Aramid before. The Team Series kite has that double profile. But we will wait to see when I get a look on that kite, because I know you had quite a few kites pumped up on the beach. Looking like he's out there on a 10 meter. So as soon as we see that, it will be possible. We will get that info to you. You can see Matthew coming back here. Matthew not too stoked on that. Pedro riding very well. Results still aren't official, but yeah, going by how he's coming in, I'm pretty sure he knows. And unofficially, I will say that Pedro Matos is going to be making it into the next round. So 8 minutes to go. Oh, big turn there from Gray Foster. Here we go again. Boom, mid-face turn. Yadis at the bottom as well, backside. We've got a battle. Here we go. Check turn, pushing against it, keeping himself to the foam ball. Both of these guys on this set looking nice. Going a little bit further out onto the shoulder. Gray going to be working his way back into position to see is when it gets past this sandbank, if it is going to hollow out again. Yadi's yanking off the top, staying in by the skin of his teeth as both of these athletes come down. Here we can see Gray. He is pretty much right in front of me right now here on the live booth, and just getting a couple of turns. Gray all the way down, linking the maneuvers there. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. Big smack off of the top. Great surfing there from the American. And also Yannis Delonoma making his all the way down as 7 minutes on the clock. So that is definitely going to mix up the scores. I'm going to say that, I reckon Gray Foster is going to have a little bit of an advantage, but we'll wait for those results to drop in. And let's not forget that Ayrton Corzolino and Teo De Manis in the water. So Ayrton is definitely looking like he's on the Ito, the dual profile. I can't confirm because I haven't seen this on the beach, but it does look like it is that one. Alright, here we can see making his way back. Teo De Manis, Ayrton Corzolino. And also out there you can see Yadis Delonamo still scavenging around to see if he can get a score. Because after that wave from Gray Foster, it looks like he might be in the elimination part of his heat. As we continue on down here, this heat number 8 of your round number 3. So it's looking like after the heat with Ayrton, or this heat number 8, there's going to be a slight break in between the rounds. So Gray Foster, 11.75, 6.30. So nice surfing there from him. That was one of the better set waves. He's going to be happy with that. Wow, pushing back. Gray is on fire here right now. Really pushing against the fins there. As you can see here, Teo de Manes also. He's in the booth with me yesterday. Just lay back hand drag. And Gray working his way along. Great timing. Snap off the top there for that one. Finishing it off. Teo, right hand side of your screen. Just a couple open face turns. Loses a little bit of speed there. Can he get it back? It does look like he can. Is it going to be enough? He's having to look back. He's having to look forward. What's he judge is going to take that one into account? Yep, as he is off of the wave. With 3.5 minutes to go there for Gray. And Ayrton Cozzolino, your Gong athlete. Here we go. Boom! Off the top. Ayrton, your Red Bull athlete, always keeping it busy. He is the leader on tour so far. So I forget he took that Cape Verdean event at the beginning of the season. And getting a couple of turns and then just wanting to go for this bottom section where it really does hollow out. Letting go of the bar. Flying and pushing against that top. Boom! Again off the top, linking two nice moves together. Ayrton all the way down, all the way down. And Cozzolino from top to bottom. All the way from the point down to the bay. Just keeping it going all the way onto the inside. Great riding there from him. Oh, and it looks like we can start to see some of the Kalima as the dust is starting to fly through the air. Gray Foster in the lead, just under 2 minutes. So he would be making it through to the quarterfinals if he can hold on to that lead over Yadis Delonimo. Ayrton Cozzolino already with a couple of waves, just waiting for some numbers to drop. Alright, so final minute for Gray Foster and Yadis Delonimo. Gray in the lead as we are here for this round number 3. The winner making his way through to the quarterfinals here of the Dakhla World Cup. Here we can see the American right out here on the screen right now. Powerful. Laying back all the way. Gray snap off the top, going straight into it and not even resting for a second. Gray keeping himself busy, wants his spot in the quarterfinals, and he is earning it to say the least so far. All the way down, great wave selection, making the most of every single move. Look at that. Combination turn there. And here we can see Yadis also. Looks like, if I'm not mistaken, looks like Yadis there has gone. Okay, yeah, so he was going switch, now turned it over. Oh, floaty backside turn there from him. Showing to the judges that it doesn't matter how, he can do it. And a bit of an air off the end there for Gray. So great wave there for him. And if my ears serve me right, that is going to be the end of their heat. Yep, as you can see. So waiting for those final waves, but it was looking like Gray Foster is having an advantage, but we'll wait for the official results now. Ayrton Cozzolino is coming in. All right, Ayrton here on another wave, a 6.90 for that first one. Ayrton, he just flies down the line. I have a feeling I just saw him unhooked. Okay, no. You can expect anything from this man. It looks like he was maybe going to go for something unhooked, which wouldn't surprise me. Teo de Manis. Nice vertical, big bottom turn and hacking off the top. Helena Saint Martin, your French athlete, de Manis. 4.80 on that first one. Check turn just to keep himself close to the power section now. This is when he's going to start to get busy as this wave starts to hollow out as it goes down the bay. Linking the turns together, but he is going a little bit straight lines. He's going to want to get a little bit more vertical if he wants to have a chance of going past those 5-point scores. But still, numbers on the boards. 0.67, Corzolino 6.90, and then a 4.80 for de Manis, plus the score that will be dropping in for this wave. Just so you guys and girls know, after this heat, we will be having a 25-minute break before we start off with the quarterfinals, where there will be no more overlapping. So it is going to be mano on mano out there in the water. So after this heat, there's going to be a 25-minute break here for day number 3 of the competition of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. Here of the kitesurf discipline here for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Alright, Ayrton, it looks like he got a set wave. He is all the way up on the point. Break out the popcorns, grab a cold one. Here he comes. Ayrton Corzolino powering through. This is looking like a nicer set wave. First turn, check turn, going straight into action, going past the foam. Looping that kite to manage to make his way through. Now, alright, deciding to go on this first one. Little bit of off the top. Oh, but goes down and he's going to get caught out on the inside. This could be devastating for Corzolino, because if he does not get that kite back up, Teo will have open season on the Cape Verdean. That is not the place you want to be dropping your kite, right next to the rocks, because there is a wind shadow there. So waiting for some scores to be dropped at Teo de Manis. Okay, deciding to turn around on that one. Has he made something of it? Because Ayrton has gone down and his kite is in the water. And it was Gray Foster who is making it officially into the quarterfinals with an 11.73. So Teo has an opportunity here, a rare opportunity. We can see an unforced area there for Corzolino. He's going to be making it up to the top. A little bit to the right, cameraman, is where he's at. Alright, Ayrton. Duck diving along. Is he going to be able to get that kite back up? We will soon find out. Alright, de Manis. Opportunity here for him. This is looking like a nice wave. He has a little look-see behind. Okay, looks like he prefers the one from behind. Is he going to be dropping in on this one? Looks like he is going to be deciding. Okay, so off the top. So Teo de Manis engaging. This is the set that is opening all the way down. But no, he's decided against it. When Mother Nature throws you a bone, you gotta go with it. And double bones have been thrown to de Manis because Ayrton has his kite in the water. And then also he is in position with sets coming his way. So anything can happen right now. Ayrton's in the lead with that 6.990. Alright, de Manis, he is going to be going on this one. What's he got? Here comes Theo. First turn. Double pump. Nice. Open face, but loses the board. Going a little bit too hard. And losing the tail. And here we can see Ayrton coming in as he has let go of his kite, and he is trying to make it desperately to the shore to see if he can get his kite back up in time. Ayrton trying to make it happen. Alright, so Teo, he's in position. He's going to be waiting for that set. We've got 3 minutes. I can see just out of the booth Ayrton in front of me. Just about to get another kite and try and get back up in action. 13.20. So Teo, he's not comboed out. But he is very, very close. So he's going to need to get a big score if he wants to have an opportunity. Alright, here we can see Ayrton. Get him ready. Tail, 5.47. So 10.27. So now, this is where it gets dangerous. This is where it gets dangerous. Let's see Ayrton trying to relaunch his kite here. And big thank you to our safety teams, making sure he's okay. Alright, so Cozzolino is back out. His leash is not connected. And there we can see Teo De Manis also on the way out. This is Ayrton just flying in front of my live booth here. So 90 seconds. Teo's in position. Is there going to be a set way for him to come through to have an opportunity to take out your current number one? We will soon find out. It is going to be close. Cozzolino in the lead so far. Alright, Cozzolino has seen something. Yes, he has. Okay, deciding to go straight into it. Turns around. Couple of decent hacks. His bottom score of a 6.30. Sliding the tail across the foam ball as he makes his way around. Ayrton, he just flies. The amount of speed this guy gets and generates down the line is always just all guns blazing. And Teo out the back, waiting to see if a set comes his way. Alright, so this is the wave. This is the wave. He needs around a decent big score. Oh, nice front. Perfect time in there, right across, letting that tail loose, keeping it together. He missed out on his board on the previous time when he tried that. Little foam ball climb here. Now this is where it's going to go up again. Let's see. Tail going off the top, not getting the kite right to be able to come down. It's going to need to make it happen. Now the wave is opening up very nicely here for the Frenchman as he makes his way down the pond. But this wave is not opening up like he would have liked to. So Teo, a couple of check turns here on the bottom section. But it is really flattening out. I do not think that is going to be enough. I don't think that is going to be enough as we are coming to the closing moments of this heat. So yes, that is it. So we are going to be waiting for results to be coming our way as we now have a 25-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with the quarterfinals. So grab a cold one, grab a hot one, depending on what time of the day it is. And we will be right back. Quarterfinals here for the Dakhla World Cup or the GKA Kite World Tour. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue on out here for the quarterfinals. Round number 4, heat number 1. In the water, we're going to have Hendrik Lopez is going to be going up against James Carew. That red flag is in the sky, meaning we have less than 2 minutes to be going back into sequence as we getting ready to go. Let's have a little look at the scores, how these boys have been doing up until now. Day number 1, James had the best score of a 16.27. But then today, he has had a 14.47 and Hendrik had a 13.37. So very close in between these two. Let's see who is going to take that top spots and earn a place in the semi-finals. If you're just joining us, welcome to the GKA Kite World Tour, powered by Qatar Airways. And we are here for the Moroccan Kite-Surf World Cup. I can see a few wing foilers in there which are going to start to remove themselves from the competition area as those flags are going up. As you can see them starting to come out. As we are in at that transition moment. So James Carew. James is going to be out there in the orange lycra. And Hendrik Lopez is going to be in the white lycra. Hendrik's repping out Switzerland, coming from Cape Verde. Your Cabrini athlete. James from Australia, riding the duotone gear. James, his first World Championship title was won here. He has won this event before. He knows this wave very well, and he is hungry, coming back from injury, taking a win over there in Silt on the last event after a year off, coming back in and smack, boom, taking that first position. Hendricks also in Silt, unfortunately slashed his Achilles tendons, but looking very smooth out here today. Yellow flag as we have less than a minute to the start. Alright, so there we saw the first wave of James Carew. Oh, Hendrik off the lip, but coming down. Unfortunately missing out on that one. James, yet another roller down the line. James always liking to put in the work a little early, grabbing it onto the line there to make sure his kite's in the right position. You could just see so powerful. Just smacking that wave all the way down to the bottom of the bay. Just wanted to get some scores up on the boards. So there's going to be James Carew's second wave. And then Hendrik is going for his first. Alright, both of these athletes making their way back out to the point. as we are now on man-on-man versus heats. So 1-1, so a 7.40, 4.30 there for James Carew. So that first wave already getting a very decent score. Hendrick still circling out the back there. 20-minute heats. Only one more advance to make his way through to the semi-final. Right, looks like Henry's going to be dropping in on a bump here. It is slightly opening up. Is he going to be going for this? Looks like he's out there on this 10-meter drifter. Hendrick timing this nicely. Cut back turn, going back to the foam ball. Double pump on the bottom. Just missing out there. Slightly not timing it. Loops that kite around and a nice cut back. Open face turn. So already engaging. If this one links all the way down to the bottom, no, it's there. He's almost going on another wave, so judges are going to take that into account. And once again, just going down here on the inside. James having a little look-see at the one behind him, and is going to be engaging. Okay. Can see how low James stays as soon as he gets off on that turn to make sure that he keeps that power. Sliding the tail a bit there now, just going back to the foam to wait along to see if this wave will hollow out, deciding against it. So Carew in the lead. Second position, Hendrik Lopez. Hendrik, just missing out there again. Not quite linking the turns, but plenty of time. I think now you start is how you finish. Alright, so both the athletes making their way back up to the point after those last two rides. Hendrick unfortunately going down a little bit earlier. James looking to improve on a 4.30. And he is definitely going to be improving on that score. You can see that 6.27. So already 13.67 here for the Aussie. And a 5.67 there for Hendrick. So James dropping in both of these boys, keeping themselves busy out here. Wind has definitely increased a little bit more. We're seeing the guys going out on 9 and 10 meter kites. I can see some gusts on the measurements going up until 22 knots. James working this one. He'll pop air here on the insides. But really just making sure he milks as much as possible out of the wave. And might even look like he was going to come in there, but no. So now Carew going to be going back into position. So your current heat leader. Here we can see the replay of that last heat. Just really turns on the power, then completely breaks it off. Nice slash hack at the top there, and those fins loose. And then just, pretty much some check turns on the way down just to keep it busy. So Carew looking to try and improve on a 6.27. Going to be around that. I can see a few scores. Maybe ever so slightly improving it. Alright, here we can see Hendricks. So he's out there on his 10-meter Cabrina drifter. So don't forget the best heat of the day, 18.10, Sebastian Ribeiro. And there is a big quarterfinal is going to be coming our way, because the top two Brazilian athletes, Sebastian Ribeiro and Pedro Matos, are going to be battling it out in between the two of them to see who is going to be continuing on in the competition. as they are in that quarterfinal number 3. Just over 12 minutes to go. We are here in Dakhla, Morocco. If you are just joining us, I'm Josie Ashler, and we are enjoying the Moroccan Kite-Surf World Cup here of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys and girls. If you want any info on gear, info on where you can test gear, riders, things about the tour, things about the locations, drop them in on the comments on the stream. We will get back to you very soon. So as we saw before, Ayrton Cosolino taking the win against Theo de Manes in that final heat. So we have Hendrik Lopez with James Carew right now. Next up will be Nicola Abadjiev and Gabriel Benetton. Sebastiano Ribeiro, Pedro Matos and Gray Foster having a banger of their last heat up against Ayrton Cosolino. 20-minute heats, 2-minute transitions. As we are here at this 100% wave event, where the judges are looking for the surfing link in the sections, flow, power, hitting the wave in the sweet spot in that power section. Brazilian powerhouse going out on the water there. Your core athlete, Gabriel Benetton. He is one of the backside riders here on this right-hander, and one of the most complete, talented kite surfers we have on tour. Landed a 10.0 over them in silt with a triple front roll shove it. One of the hardest moves on the surf freestyle side right now. And been ripping it up in the waves. He's been having averages. We've been seeing him getting 11.53 there in that round number 1. As he took the win. And going straight into round number 3 where we saw him at 10.97. But yeah, we can see Hendricks struggling a little bit here on the inside. We saw a similar thing happen to Charlie Martin, just powering a little bit too much. But then here, James again also getting caught and nosediving ever so slightly here. As we continue on, so scores the same. Carew having a little look-see. We come up on that halfway point. One thing for sure, both of these athletes are keeping themselves busy. It's pretty much wave after wave. Nice wall climb there from James. Okay, going down there on that one. And it looks like he's going to want to continue this. I'm surprised. Nope, decided against it as he came off the back, so both of them going to be going back into position. You see wall climb there, keeping himself low, dropping that hand to be able to stand back up. And Ayrton Cosolino down on the beach as he is getting ready, as he is in the 4th quarterfinal against Gray Foster. There we can see Sebastian Ribeiro having a little chat with Clement Rosseur, two duotone athletes. And now Hendrik Lopez flying back towards us. What's he got? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? 13.70, 9.40 for these two athletes out there right now. Hendrik having a little look-see, looking backwards, as you can see. 8 minutes is probably enough time for one more set. He knows he's behind, as he is going to have to pretty much improve on both of these scores if he wants to have a chance of taking out James right now. This is looking like a nicer wave. Big bottom turn off the top, keeping the speed, looping that kite. You can see him fishing poling it. But that wave really breaking out in front of him. Okay, check turn, back to the foam ball. Pumps it around. James behind him as well. Another big, powerful turn. Hendrik and James. James and Hendrik all the way across the bay. James keeping himself down, getting that tail, breaking those fins out the top, putting on the old handbrake to go back to the foam ball. Hendrik speeding it down the line. Big re-entry there from Karoo. Hendrik flying as well. These boys, we've got a battle. Pound for pound down here in Morocco. And here we see Karoo, linking 2 moves, 3 moves together. Oh, it almost looked like he was going to try and get a little bit of shampoo there. Grabbing onto the line, but still. James getting caught on the nose. We saw that before. And here we can see that's going to be Ayrton. So what size is he going out on? So Ayrton there, testing out his gear. Getting himself ready to go. Alright, so 6 minutes left of this heat. As we can see, the scores are changing up one more time. Alright, so both of them are up the top. Looks like we got some motion coming. Looks like there is some of the sets coming their way. Let's not forget, coming up next, Nicolas Dovziev, Gabriel Benetton. So you can see Gabriel there with the core, getting ready. So he is in position as soon as we start. And Hendricks and James are just surrounding out there. 8.67 for that last wave there from James. Almost, that is the second highest wave of the day. So James now 16.07, so top score there for him. Let's not forget Sebastian Ribeiro. I mean, with an 18.10. He is definitely the man on fire so far, as he had an 8.7 and a 9.4. So the best wave of the competition. And we can see Ayrton here. He's out there on the Gong A Tour at 10 meter. Yet double profile kite there from Gong, as getting ready. So excuse me, not the double profile, that is the normal ITAR. So Ayrton getting ready to rumble. 6.63, that's a better wave there from Hendricks. 3.5 minutes to go. It is anybody's game. I mean, Hendricks, he's got his work cut out for him. He needs to improve on both those scores. 3 minutes to go. If he could get this wave, then get back out, it could be an opportunity. We've seen it once. We've seen it again with the buzzer beaters. Looks like a set is maybe coming his way, as he was going a little bit further there on the right. Here we can see James Carew right behind him. Is Hendricks going to be dropping in? We will soon find out. Yes, it is. Here he goes. All right. Hendrik Lopez just driving and cruising through. James Carew behind him, looking like he's got the better wave of the set as Hendricks has to time that one. James, this is really opening it up. Okay, cut back turn off the top there for Carew. We can see little check turn. This wave is hacking up very nicely. Hendrick really having to straight line it just to be able to see if he can get a face on this one. Unfortunately, looks like James is opening up. Big, powerful turn there for Hendrick, straight into another roundhouse to the whitewater. Very nice, very nice. Making it work on the bottom section here for the Cape Verdean. James just linking turns. Hendrick throwing everything he's got at this wave, as both of these guys just really trying to milk every single section. Hendrick, that is a good wave that could improve on his score. And is there going to be enough time for him to have yet another set wave? 2 minutes, it could happen. And James there just with a little flick 180. And he is working this one all the way to the bottom. Top score of an 8.67. Let's not forget, best score of the competition, Sebastian Ribeiro, 9.40. He's going to be going up against Pedro Matos. 8 big heats with both of those guys crossing each other in the quarterfinals. And here we can see the replay of those last 2 waves. Both the athletes just really keeping themselves busy. James locking into that power, and Hendrick also scracking it around. And there we have the scores. 12.26, so a 6.63 and a 5.63. Oh, so Hendrick needs about a 9 if he wants to have the chances. You can see the scores there. When it's being validated, a new score comes in, it goes to 0, as you can see. So new numbers are going to be dropping very shortly. 20 seconds. I'll tell you what, it does look like he might have a set wave coming his way. The old Hail Mary. So Hendrick Lopez going to be dropping in for the final time. Oh, he turns around. Let's not forget, if he is on the bump before the buzzer, it is going to count. And that is going to be the end of the heat. So James Carew not on a wave, waiting to see if Hendrick did go on a wave. But no, Kite going that way, that is going to be a no. So James Carew at the moment with the higher score. We will wait for confirmation, as coming up next we will be moving on to quarterfinal number 2 out here on the water as we continue on. But before we do so, let's have a look at the highlights. That last seed. Alright, so welcome back everybody, as we are waiting for the results to come in between James Carew and Hendrik Lopez. Coming up next, Nikolai Dagiev, Gabriel Benetton, quarterfinal number 2 out there on the water. Frontside versus backside. Bulgaria versus Brazil. As the red flag is in the sky, and we are getting ready to rumble. And there it goes. Green is up. So we are go for 20 minutes of action. And just hitting the old little refresh button here. So, yep, it is going to be official. James Carew is going to be the first semi-finalist here today. You can see your RRD athlete rocking up the bucket hat is Nikolai Dagiev. And out the back there with the core kite is going to be Gabriel Benetton from Brazil. Let's have a little comparison on how these guys have been surfing so far when it comes to numbers. Nicola 11.60, Gabriel 10.97 over there in round number 3. Then in round number 1, we saw Nikolai Dagiev getting a 10.43 and Gabriel having an 11.53. So 1-1. Both of them have a better score in each round than each other, so pretty similar when it comes to scoring. Sometimes we can say it's slightly more difficult on backside when it are these cross onshore locations. Then other people say it's easier to be able to get that verticality if you're throwing off. But Gabriel, one of the top backside riders we do have on tour, together with Matthew Lopez and multiple time winner down here in Dakhla we haven't seen for a while, Kiahido Boitis, the Hawaiian veteran who we have been seeing all around the world and always did love this wave. Hopefully we'll be seeing him again very soon, sending him a shack and some love out there. So 18 minutes. So we have 20-minute heats. Top 2 waves are the ones that count. Nicola getting in some numbers nice and early. Gabriel just staying up the top. There you can see Gabriel just waiting on the point. I mean, you know, quarterfinals of the World Championship, they know that, you know, the small little scrappy waves aren't going to cut it. You've got to go for those set waves, especially when you're up against, you know, the likes of Gabriel or the likes of Nicola. If it gets to a moment when you see you have to scrap it to try and get past, so that's another thing. But also, they have friends with their live scoring. They know exactly what they need, exactly where they are. And they'll be telling them from the rocks there, which pretty much we can have. You can be sitting in the Pescador Hotel over here at the West Point Hotel and just look down, have a cold one, and be enjoying the show. Alright, so both of the athletes at the top, right on the point there. Nicola deciding to try and take off on one of these inside waves. He's got a 3.5 already. Gabriel being a little bit more patient. Couple check turns, nice cutback turn there for Nicola, and then a check turn, little foam ride here. Alright, so he is engaged, and you can see body language coming down the line. This is where the wave starts to jack up a little bit more. Off the top there for Nicola, dropping down, keeping it together. Nice layback turn there for him. All the way along. Nicola. Move for move, groove for groove out there. A big layback letting the water fly across the Atlantic. Gabriel here on the left-hand side also. All the way down the bay. Great wave selection from both of these athletes. Gabriel, almost going for a floater there. But unfortunately coming down off the top of the wave. So here we can see the replays of these waves. Alright, 14.5 minutes waiting for those scores to come in of that last heat. It is James Grew has made it through now. Just grinning past the booth here, so you can see a smile on his face. So Nicola with a second wave and a good score going to be coming his way. Gabriel still just calmly posing himself out on the point, waiting for those set waves. Nicola being a little bit more busy on the inside, deciding to try and get a couple of scores to be in a little bit more of a comfortable situation. So there you can see with the orange lycra coming out of Brazil, Gabriel Benetton. Just playing the waiting game up there on the point. 5.83, that last wave there from Nicola. Gabriel already has a 5.50, so yeah, pretty much even on that set. Both of the guys getting a very decent ride. Nicola here on the bottom, flying for ice cream. Okay, a little bit of an airdrop there, as he decided to take it off. Ooh, almost dropping his kite there from what I can see on the lines. And going to be dropping down as well. So here we can see Gabriel also once again, both of these athletes on the same set. Nice top turn there. Okay, and then the fin loose. Cut back turn for Gabriel. Check turn here for Nicola. Gabriel opens that shoulder. Timing. Having to keep the speed and take himself down the line, because this is when the wave starts to jack up, and with the curve of the beach it starts to get even more and more offshore. So good wave there from Gabriel. Another decent one there from Nicola. Nicola looking to improve on a 3.5 backup score. Gabriel looking to get a backup score. Oh, and we got a race. We got a battle on for priority. See who goes past that line first to be able to have priority in a wave. Nice little climb there from Nicola that you can see here on the replay. So Nicola, I reckon he's going to be close. Maybe slight improvement on that 3.5. Something around that vicinity, I would say. Gabriel's did look better. He was opening his shoulders a bit more and hitting it a couple more times in the sweet spot than we saw from the Bulgarian athletes. Alright, so Nicola's score is definitely going to be improving, as I can see just the score about to be validated. We are 11 minutes in. Your quarterfinal number 2 down here for Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Your kite surf discipline here for the Moroccan World Cup. And in the water, Gabriel Benetton, Nicola Adabjiev. Got about 20 to 22 knots of wind out there. Slightly shifting ever so slightly a little bit further offshore. As you can see, the guys really having to get that kite down and push against the wave to make sure that they don't go off in the back when they do their turns. So far, the highest score athlete is Sebastian Ribeiro from Brazil with an 18.10 total, 9.4 on one of those waves, so he is definitely the man to beat so far as we come into the second half of this heat. Alright, Nicola Eyeing off another one. So it's actually looking like it's opening up nicely. Let's see if he can make this one all the way down. Good timing there. A little slide across the white water. Foam climb. This is where he wants to keep the power to see if this one will actually open out along the sandbank, but it doesn't look like it will, as dropping him out here on the inside as that wind shadow does start to appear. Gabriel seeing that one wouldn't improve much on his score, and he's going to be making his way back out. So it is Benetton in the lead with an 11.40, and Nikola Adavjiev with a 10.06, as we're just waiting for those scores to be updated. But it is Gabriel Benetton, your current heat leader. Gonna have to go into the internet hamster and throw him another one to be able to speed up that connection. But it's great to be able to be bringing you guys and girls the stream of all of the action. Today is looking like could be one of the best days, and see if we can have a little bit more waves. We're coming on about that mid tide, so mid to low now, as we have low tide at just about 7 o'clock in the afternoon, just a little before 6:45. So it is 10 minutes past 4 right now. So we've got a solid hour and a half more still watering conditions out here. The idea is to push on with the kite surf all the way as far as we can. And here Nikola, once again, he is hunting. He wants a place in the semi-finals. But Gabriel in the lead so far. Nikola leading, he would be needing a 4.5-ish. Excuse me, I apologize. He would be needing a 5, a medium to high 5 if he wants to be going into the leads, as Gabriel has a 5.97 and a 5.50. Alright, Nikola deciding to roll with this one all the way down to see if he had the opportunity to continue on with that ride. Gabriel Benetton up the top as well. Great timing, hacking that one away. As we are under 7 minutes. Both of these guys kind of really out there, just waiting to see what happens. And coming up next, a very big heat is going to be coming out on the water. Sebastian Ribeiro, Pedro Matos, two of the top surfers on tour. Great carving hack, linking it together here. Benetton, look at this. Opens up vertical off the top, pushing that board against the wave. Very nice here from the Brazilian. And all the way down from the point break. But that middle turn that we saw, he just pushes and links that going almost past vertical there. Gabriel, great riding there from the core athletes, as he is going to be solidifying his lead so far here. Look at this. First big carving turn. This wave opening up really nicely and just making the most of that face. That little diamond in the rough, the little gem that was thrown his way. Alright, so he's asking to see if he's first or second. And Nikola's score is going to be improving as well. Alright, under 5 minutes coming into the last quarter of this heat. Tell you what, it's about 25 degrees down here in Dakhla. Beautiful sunny day. Dakhla, more than 300 days of wind a year. It's been a long day. You've got the ocean part here with West Point with the waves, and then the Dakhla Lagoon. You can go check out Dakhla altitudes. We've got the Ktik, we've got Dunas, and also we have Laguna Energy over there as well from the Dakhla Hotel Group. Some beautiful locations, and then Pekavansang PK25, all its colours right next to the water. You can pretty much pump up your gear right on your doorstep and enjoy. Pretty much windy every day over here. Very popular because, you know, if you're coming from Europe, if you have a week and you want to be kiting, on average at least 4 to 5 days out of that week, Dakhla is a very, very safe bet. Direct flights from Paris, and also of course joining through Casablanca. So check it out. 100% recommended. And Nicola just waiting. Now it is the waiting game. Nicola is going to be playing it. He's going to be wanting to see that it's a set wave because he knows that's what he's going to need. He's going to need a 6.6 if my math is right. He's going to be needing, something like that. So a medium to high 6 is what Nicola is going to be needing if he wants to have the opportunity, so increasing his scores by 2.59 on his total. 2.5 minutes to do so. Winner will be going into the quarterfinals. I can see out the back there as well. The next heat getting ready, as we're going to be having Sebastian Ribeiro, who's going to be in the white lycra. Pedro Matos is going to be on the orange. Alright, so Gabriel kind of protecting the points because he knows scores. He's got 2 distant scores out there, but Nicola is above him. So if Nicola wants to take off, I'm pretty sure Nicola was out there first, meaning he's going to have priority, but Gabriel kind of staying underneath him, so maybe not. 90 seconds, I can't see the flag from here. Of course, it's the first one to cross that line who will keep that priority, but it looks like Gabriel is going to decide to drop in. Oh, big carving off at the top. Driving through. This one is actually looking like one of those inside gems where it does go all the way down the bay. So Gabriel going vertical there, kicking it back around, continues on. Boom! Keeping himself low, crouching like a tiger. And now this is where it completely flattens out, but as it hits that sandbar one more time, they are able to get a few more turns in, letting the tail loose. Benetton staying close to the foam ball. And now it is down the line for a few more smacks. Beautiful wave here for Nicola. This is actually a lot bigger. It's got more size. Can he time it? Can he get it? Oh, just missing out on that section. Such a shame, because that would have been a very good linkage if he could have pulled that off. And now here he's going to be waiting close to that foam ball one more time to see as it hits that sandbar. Here we go. Okay, Nikolai Adadziev needs a good ride if he wants to have an opportunity going into the semi-finals. Gabriel also looking to improve on that 5.97. Look how clean it is over there. Nicola. Oh, a couple of good check turns as well. Here we go, perfectly in the pocket airdrop. And move for the Bulgarian. And smack off the top. Little snap there as well. And all the way down This could be a mix-up on the leaderboard. We are going to have to find out, as this is the final wave of Nicola, and he still continues. He is going all the way down the line. He has given it his all, and we will have to find out if that has been enough. But while we do, let's check the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back. So heat number 3, round number 4, your third quarterfinal. Sebastian Ribeiro, Pedro Matos. This is a huge heat out here on the water. Brazil versus Brazil. Two good friends on and off the water, but now it is battle time. Only one will prevail and make his way into the semi-finals here. We are going to be having out there in the orange is going to be Pedro Matos. In the white lycra is going to be Sebastian Ribeiro. Let's do this and see who is going to be our next semi-finalist. Sebastian Ribeiro already with a 7.8 on that first wave as we continue in. Alright, so Pedro hovering at the top. Sebastian already with a nice wave. Waiting for that score to come in. Alright, Sebastian, you can see him a little bit further down than Pedro. He had the best heat of the competition before. Alright, Pedro Matos dropping in. Here we go. 7.57 for Seb. Not a bad way to open. Pedro got the speeds. Two good carving hack turns. Nice timing there on that one. Getting past the section now. This is where it opens up and it slows it down. Link in the middle. As that tide is starting to get right, we'll be able to link all of the 3 sections here of the West Point Hotel together. Pedro, perfect timing. This is a beautiful wave right in the pocket, letting that tail go loose. Again, hacking back to the foam ball. Seb answering as well behind him. Both of the Brazilians are not leaving anything in the tank. Tail slide there for Pedro as well. As he continues on, Seb going down. So not going to be the score he was looking for. And Pedro from all the way up the top until the very bottom here. And you can see he is going to be happy with that one. So 7.57 for the first wave from Seb. Let's see what numbers are going to be coming in for Pedro Matos. I reckon Seb probably, he had a couple of good turns, maybe the 4s to the 5s. But you can see Pedro's timing right on the lip. Every single time. Right in the pocket, going vertical, letting that tail loose, keeping his body down and whipping that tail around. And Seb hacking and just putting on the brakes, but then unfortunately here just getting caught up with the board. So Matos with a score coming his way, which is looking very juicy. Alright, so Seb making his way back up to the point. Waiting for a number to be dropped here for Pedro. It is looking very nice. Looking like Pedro is going to have the advantage on the top wave. Seb obviously with that second wave is going to be your heat leader. 15 minutes. Plenty of time as both of them are getting themselves back into position. You can see Pedro Matos flying back out. Both of these guys on the traditional surf style shape. And both of the duotone athletes now pretty much in position. Sebastian Ribeiro in the white is going to be further up on the right that we can't see on the screen. And then Pedro Matos here right now. And now they're just going to be playing that waiting game. Alright, so Seb looking like he might be deciding to go for something here. As soon as we see that body language, we know he's going to be throwing it forward. Alright, Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be dropping in. Here we go, wave number 3. Back to the foam ball, carving hack, just making sure he's in that right position. Great timing off the top. Getting caught just ever so slightly under the lip here. And Sebastian deciding to take off on one from all the way up the top. And the thing with both of these athletes, they just time the wave so well every single time. Hitting it right inside the pocket. Vertical there for Ribeiro. Another big slash as he's making his way all the way down. This is a big wave for him as well. Then the fins loose and getting them back. Sebastian Ribeiro with a beautiful wave. 8.27 for that first wave there from Pedro Matos. Sebastian definitely going to be improving on that 5.4 he has on his backup score after that wave. And now Pedro Matos has a very nice score already on his hands. And looking like a second one is going to be coming as well. So very close in between these two. That was a beautiful wave there from Sebastian. He going vertical, really under the lip. And it's the timing. Every single time was in the pocket. That's the difference. You could really see staying close to that power zone. That's what Sebastian does so well. You could almost say he would let go of the kite and he would pretty much be surfing the wave exactly the same. And that's what judges really love. That's why he gets those top scores, because look at that. I can see a number coming our way. These guys are going to be battling into the very end, as we are only just over 8 minutes into this heat, as we have 11 and a half minutes left. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves count, 12 wave attempts of what they can get on. here for your quarterfinals of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco. Day number 3 is just coming up on 4:30 in the afternoon. It has been an action-packed day, to say the least. We have been here since the crack of dawn, and it has been go, go, go from the very beginning. Matos deciding to take off on one a little bit further down the line. Oh, it's looking like a nice set wave. Here we go. Pedro, he's got the speed. Big hackling that tail loose, throwing that arm out. Check turn, trying to get his kite back into position. There it is. So much speed. Foam climb there for him. The wave is a little bit mushy. It isn't really opening up hollowy like you saw the one before. Looking like it has a little bit of a double up in it as well. Sebastian, similar situation. Lets the tail go. Air dropping down. This is better. Grabbing that speed. Pedro going for the 360 slide, but crashes out. And we are waiting for 2 numbers to be dropped for both of these guys. Seb having to use their hands to avoid falling off that wave. And this is what I mean. You can see Seb, he's always on the face. And he's decided to go against that. He saw Pedro down to try and get that priority up to the top. You can just see that wave a little bit mushier. Just see it had a few more turbulence in it. And here's Seb. This is what he does so well. You can see him just ollies, get that tail around. And Pedro here going for the spin, but just catching those fins. So that's going to be a no-show for him. Alright, so Sebastian Ribeiro, 8.03 for that third wave. That was the one before the last one. 8.03, so he is going to be comfortably in the lead so far. 8.27 for Pedro on that first wave, so he's in a very nice situation. But looking to try. I mean, there's more, just under half the time left in this heat. He's up there, right up on top of the point. Alright, and information coming in as well. It's James Carew and Gabriel Benetton who are going to be in that semi-final number 1. James Carew versus Gabriel Benetton are your 2 athletes that will be in that semi-final number 1. Here, semi-final number 2 will be the winner of this heat and the winner of the next heat in between Gray Foster and Ayrton Corsolino. Just coming up on 8 minutes left. So far, Sebastian Ribeiro in the lead. Pedro Matos an 8.27 and a 5.97, so 14.24. So less than 2 points, only a point in between them. Giving you little updates as I can see the score system. It's a little behind. There we go. 15.60, 14.24. So very close in between these two guys. Pedro needing to improve his backup score. He only has a 5.97. Needs to improve it by 1.37. So Pedro basically needs it to be in the medium 7s if he wants to have a chance here so far. Plenty of time. He is having a little look-see. Alright, Pedro Matos dropping in. He's obviously seen something of this wave. One of the smaller ones. There you go, pumping. Floater across that section straight in to a turn. Getting a little bit caught up, having to drag that hand. And Pedro, he is pumping all of it. This is why he wanted to go for this wave. You can see it opening up very nicely. Great hack. Looping the kite midway to keep that speed. And again, right in the pocket here for Matos. All the way down, letting it loose. Now we're talking. And here the wave opening up, and it's just turn after turn. You can see looping that coupe to keep the power and going all the way down into in front of the judges. He is looking to improve on the backup score of a 597. Seb in position. It does look like he has some waves coming his way. Alright, so in position you can see out there. Seb is going to be protecting that top area. If I know that guy well enough, he is going to be protecting it with his life. Oh, it's going to be close out there at the moment. It is definitely going to be close. As I'm seeing some scores from Pedro Matos, they're just waiting for a confirmation. Coming up on 5 minutes to go. Seb looking at a wave, having a look-see behind him. Is he going to be dropping it on this one? Pedro deciding he's going to be dropping one on the one in front. Alright, Sebastian engaging. This could be the moment. Oh, big release, but it goes off the back, leaving the door open for Matos. Matos again, turn after turn, engaging. Look at that in the pocket. Now with that offshore wind, it is getting cleaner and cleaner here on the inside section. And Matos, just that body language, he is throwing everything in. This is a final out here on the water. Just got caught behind the foam ball there. He's having to straight line it. No, so he's not going to make that section. And a 7.67, so it is now Pedro Matos in the lead by 0.34 of a point. As we're coming on 4 minutes. Sebastian Ribeiro here. Oh, this is opening up nicely. Already 2 nice cut turns. Staying right next to the power section. A little bit further out on the shoulder. Breaking himself up so he can now start to time it. Off the top, lets that tail loose, showing control. Driving those fins through back leap. Oh, unfortunately, you can see there. That section closing out for him. He's going to be powering to see if he can get past. We saw the same before with Pedro, but Sebastian has made it. Under the lip, air drops out. Now we're talking. Sebastian, this is looking like one of his best waves yet. Oh, even a little bow. Someone's getting cocky out there. Even a little bow. The all-time Brazilian claim. Has he done enough? Has he done enough? It was a beautiful wave. Here you can see just showing that control, going backwards. And ending it off with a standing ovation. Let's see if the ovation does come from the judges though. Alright, so Sebastian, I'm seeing some numbers coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Sebastian is definitely putting himself in a very powerful situation with that wave. It is definitely going to be close. He needed it to be big if he wanted to have an opportunity so far. 2.5 minutes. I can see out the front Ayrton Gasolina running past my booth as he's coming up next. But Ribeiro, if he makes this work, he is going to be coming into one of the top scores of the day. Just waiting for confirmation here. Pedro, he's going to have to play the waiting game. They say every good warrior has a last fight. And we are coming into the final 2 minutes out here. Oh, it does. Wait a minute. It does look like a set is coming his way. Maybe Pedro's prayers have been answered. Pedro knows that if it's there, it is going to be close. He has to give his all if he wants to be able to have an opportunity and be in that safe zone. Sebastian Ribeiro flying back up into position. as he knows if Pedro drops in on a wave, there is always big scoring potential. They know each other very well. Pedro here. First cut turn. This is looking like a very nice and big wave. Wow, turned off the top. Goes with the foam ball. Here we go. Pedro Matos. In the final 90 seconds of the heat has found a wave, but Sebastian Ribeiro is going to be answering back because Sebastian is now in the lead. 8.70 for that last wave, so 16.73. Excuse me. Pedro wants to milk this all the way down. He knows this is what he's got to do. Off and around. Starting to get nice and clean on the bottom side here. It's got to be something big. An 8.70 and 8.03 for Sebastian. Pedro is going to have to get it if he wants it. Oh. He's looking at his watch. He knows he doesn't have enough time to go back out. So let's do the math here. Let's do the math. He needs to improve his score by 0.8. So improving the score by 0.8. This is going to be so close. This is going to be so close. Pedro might have just pulled this one out of the bag as we have 10 seconds to go. It is going to be down to the wire if it does. It is going to come down to the wire as we're waiting for that final score. Waiting for validation. I know these two are going to be breathing heavy. Sebastian Ribeiro had a beautiful 8.70. But while we're waiting to see what has happened, let's grab the highlights of that incredible quarterfinal.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, there it is. You can see Pedro Matos taking the win. 16.77 versus a 16.73, 0.04 of a point in between these two guys. Congratulations, Pedro, on that final wave on an 8.50. Grande Pedrinho. Grande. And incredible riding also there from Sebastian. Congratulations to these two. So Pedro Matos moving through into the semi-final number 2. Next up, Gray Foster and Ayrton Corzolino out there in the water as we continue on with this third day of competition. And what a heat we have just seen. Alright, so Gray Foster, Ayrton Cozzolino. Already first big results. Pedro Matos has taken out Sebastian Ribeiro by 0.04 of a point. It was anybody's game. Sebastian almost did enough in that final last wave, and then at the last moment, Pedro all the way down the line, leaving nothing in the tank. And just edging past his fellow countryman. Congratulations, Pedro. And now Pedro Matos will be going up against the winner of this heat in between Gray Foster and Ayrton Cozzolino. Alright, so Ayrton going to be dropping in. Here we go. Cozzolino, he was out there on a 10 meter. One of the things with Ayrton, he just goes so fast, produces so much power all the way down the line, and then just completely puts on the brakes. Gray Foster answering back off the top there. He has been having an incredible competition so far. Up against a multiple-time world champion, Gray. Oh, nice, big, open carving hack. And going all the way from the top, these waves are really starting to open up nicely. Then the fin's loose there. And now coming past this section, this is where it starts to get a lot hollower, this wave. Little cutback turn, getting back to the power zone of the wave so he can start to hit it in the critical area. Nice wave here for Gray Foster. Ayrton also all the way down. So both of these guys launching in for this set. And Fidel, buenas tardes. Hello from Cuba. Good to see everybody join us here on the stream. Thank you very much. Once again, if you guys have any questions or anything you girls and guys want to know about the athletes, locations, where to go, how to go, what to do, make sure to shoot it out here on the YouTube and we will be getting those answers back to you ASAP. 20-minute heats, 12 wave attempts. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. At the moment we can see on our screen we have Gray Foster, duotone athletes, out there with the Neo. And then we can see Ayrton Cozzolino out there with the Gong Aito. Your Red Bull athletes representing Italia, coming out of Cape Verde here. Ayrton, one of the most influential strapless riders in the history of the sport. Together with the likes of Mito Monteiro. He was the athlete that pushed strapless freestyle to where it is today. And he is the current world champion as well. So Ayrton Cozzolino flying down the line. There's that whole middle section as the tide is getting on the low side. We're getting past that sandbank and then it really does get fast here. It really does accelerate and you have to try and get in front of the little freight train or you will be caught behind it. So far, semi-finalists, we have James Carew, Gabriel Benetton, and then also we have Pedro Matos, who just taken a big win away from Sebastian Ribeiro by 0.04 of a point with the last wave. And then the winner of this heats will be going up against him in the semi-final here. You can see the location of the West Point Hotel. We have come here year after year, one of the oldest stops on the tour. Dakhla has a special place in our heart. Once again, thank you to Tristan and Lila for always making this happen, to the Dakhla Hotel groups. Of course, West Point here, where We are literally falling asleep, having showers and having a cold one right in front of the action. And this place is as close as we can call home. So there we can see Ayrton making his way out. You can see that tide is definitely a lot lower. Twelve and a half minutes still to go as both the athletes back in position. Ayrton, as I said, out there on a 10 meter. So after the two semi-finals, we will be going into the mini-final and then the grand final. Having a little break and then moving over to the women. A big shout out, Jorgen. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Good to see you, mate. And you are very right. The first ever GKA World Champ was Matthew Lopez, crowned here in Dakhla 10 years ago. Has it been 10 years already? Incredible to see. And Matthew Lopez still ripping it here. The Cape Verdean, such an important part of our tour, as he was the Grand Slam champion, as it was called back in the day. And now, Grand Slamming it. Ayrton Corzolino here, flying down the line, pure Cape Verdean style. He is as if he's on nitros. He just pushes that turbo. So far, both of these athletes. Ayrton has a couple of decent scores up there already, as he has a 4.87 and a 5.13. Gray with a 6.0. So it is anybody's game so far. I tell you what, Gray, one of the best events we've seen him so far. Big airdrop there from Ayrton, but Gray, he is not holding back. Alright, so Corzolino 10.0 at the moment, 6.0 for Gray. Both of these guys going to be improving on those scores as they've just had a wave. It's going to be close in between them. Ayrton at the moment looking like he's going to have a nice score being dropped. Gray as well, something similar. Just coming past that middle point. Little bit less waves in here in this heat. Not so many sets coming through. We saw quite a few sets come through with Sebastian and Pedro. Excuse me. But they are already starting. You can see some motion out there as that tide is getting to the sweet spot. And we will be able to see some of those set waves. Look at that there. It's definitely some motion in the ocean. Eggs are broken. Omelets on the way. Kitchen is hot and we are going to be staying. Let's go. quarterfinals here. The GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. Your third day of competition. Gray Foster with a white lycra, representing the United States of America. Your duotone athlete just about to drop in. As he is the one already up, deciding against it, wants to be keeping on to that priority. Probably a smart move because he knows he has to have a good wave if he wants to be taking out multiple-time world champion here, Ayrton Cozzolino, and current tour leader. Ayrton, this is where he really impressed me. He's almost completely stopped on the wave, then loops the kites, gets the power, and just starts flying. Wall climb there, pretty much just ollieing up onto the lip, and Ayrton just going all the way down. Here's when he's going to go. Oh, he's looking for that little... He does. He gets it. That little 180 revert there from Cozzolino. Straight line it. He is trying... Is he unhooking? He is trying. I can see him playing with his chicken loop there, which means he's trying to have a little look, see if he can go for something unhooked. It's just look how he crouches down just before that move and then lands completely flat on the board to make sure he can spin it around. 12.80, 11.10. So very close in between these two guys. So Gray only needs to improve by a 1.71. 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time. As we are here in quarterfinal number 4. Yeah, the ocean really not throwing us a bone here in this one. We haven't had a single good set so far. Tide-wise, 6:45 in the afternoon is low tide. It is now just coming up on 5 o'clock, so an hour 45 away. Hopefully we will see the push coming through, as we want our finals to have the best waves possible. 3 heats, and we will be at that grand finale. Who are going to be battling it out to see who becomes the king and the queen over here in Dakhla, who will be finishing off with the men and then switching up and moving over to the women. And yeah, really slow last section of this heat as we're just about to approach the final quarter. In the orange at the bottom, Cozzolino, in the white at the top, Foster. Alright, so now both of them are definitely right up on top of the point. Can't see anything coming in the back there. Cozzolino looks like he's in first position here, having a little bit more of the priority, but then Foster also. So waiting to see if I can see if the white flag or the orange flag is up on the point, meaning that person will have priority over the other. Alright, Ayrton. Four minutes ago, yep. Ayrton's decided to go in on this little inside roller, trying to improve on his scores. Look how he crouches down just so he can get the landing on this. Ayrton producing so much power off of such a little roller. Ayrton, okay, nice. Beautiful tail spin there from Ayrton. Showing the control, riding backwards all the way. This is a nice wave here. Opened up nicely all the way across, and he's going to be continuing it on. You can see him flying. See if he can make it to that section. Yes, he does. Oh, releasing the hands. This is one of the best waves we've seen from Ayrton so far. And now going to be coming through the sun. That wave is doubling it up down here. So yeah, you can see it hitting that sandbar as that sandbar is starting to come out with the tide. But making the most of what he's been given Ayrton there 3 minutes ago. See the replay of that last wave. Oh, now here comes the set. Here comes the set. So Ayrton definitely looking like he will improve ever so slightly on his backup score there of a 5.90. Gray Foster, he will need to improve by 2 and a bit points. There is a decent set coming his way. 2 minutes left. Oh, this is a very nice wave. If this one opens up, this is a very good wave here. Alright, Gray. Nice first connecting turn, powering off the fins, driving through, double pump to get the timing right, just off the top. Now he needs to keep the speed if he wants to have the opportunity. Ayrton on the one behind. Both of these guys are going to be banding it out until the final seconds. Just about 90 seconds on the old ticker. As my friend Rookie from Down Under would say, it is a shocker out there. Ayrton, oh, going for the shampoo. And he gets it. Ayrton getting a barrel here on the inside and looking for it again. Just mixing it up. And I tell you what, when Ayrton is trying to pull things like this, it means he's comfortable. It means he is happy with what he's got. But Gray is not going to make this easy for him, as he's gone all the way down the line. Great wave there from Gray. Let's see if we can get the replay of the cover-up that we saw there from Cozzolino. Yeah, there you can see. Okay, a little shampoo. It is a little shampoo. It is getting cleaner out there. Let's see how the judges are going to be rewarding that. Gray looking to improve on a 5.10. Ayrton, obviously, that wave. Is not going to be better than his 6.17 as we come to the final 30 seconds. And as that sun is climbing right towards us, Gray Foster trying to make his way out, Ayrton on his way in. Are we going to be able to see one more wave? We will soon find out. And that is going to be it for this heat, as we're just waiting for results to come in, as there was that last wave of Gray. But it's not looking like it's going to be enough. But while we're waiting, see the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back. There we can see Ayrton Cosolino as he makes his way out. He is the final semi-finalist, taking the win over Gray Foster. Big congratulations to Gray Foster for some great riding in this competition. And there we can see Shaq is out there as Ayrton is going to take the win. So let's go out to the action on the water as our first semi-final is going to be coming our way, as we are just about to go into sequence. James Carew, Gabrielle Benetton. Let's go into the action as they are starting. So we're going to have James Carew is going to be out there on the duotone. Gabrielle Benetton is going to be on the core kite in the middle of the ocean over here. All right, so here we can see in the whites, James Carew starting off already. The thing I love with James is these little roundhouses. Even though the wave is really small, just making sure that he keeps himself busy, gets him all the way down. Gabrielle already had that first wave. And here we can see as they go through right through that sunset part. It is hard, really hard to see them. As another very important heat. Both of these guys very talented. All right, now we're talking. There comes the set. There comes the set. So small score for both of these guys going to be coming up. And now, look at this. This is one of the nicest sets we've seen in the past half hour. Gabrielle Benetton going to be dropping in. And there he goes. Here we go. Starting to engage. A little bit further down the bay. So kind of on that mid-second section. Ooh, getting pulled off by the gust there. You can see that wind shifting ever so slightly over to the offshore. Alright, so Gabrielle deciding against it and turning around. So Carew is going to be back in position up the top. Similar scores for both of these guys, looking like around a mid-4 and a low-5 for Gabrielle, but these are just check scores for both of these guys. We saw before with Pedro, 8 is the number where you want to be at. And James, looking like he's on a bigger kite. I think that's going to be either, saw him pump up an 11 before. I think that's his 10. So James, obviously one of the heavier guys out here on tour, one of the stronger athletes. And here we are. There we go. There's some motion. So James having a little look-see here, as there is a wave just starting to form behind him. Yep, he is going to be engaging on this. Okay, so James Carew. Got 6.20 here for Gabrielle. James. Oh, just going off the back there, unfortunately. It's getting gusty on there on the inside. Because you can see as it's just going a little bit further offshore, it starts to get glassy here. You really have to be careful when they're trying to get into that wave. So Gabrielle with the advantage right now. Early days, 4.33, 5.03, the top two scores of these guys. Then Gabrielle with an in and out of a 1.17. Carew deciding to turn right out in front of him. As it does look like we have yet another set. James having a little look-see behind him. Gabriel also, and deciding to turn around again. These guys are playing the old priority game. Alright, James, once again, both of these guys. Alright, Gabriel signaling the beach. 6 minutes have passed in this heat. Both of them up on the point as they know it's only the set waves that they're interested in. As we can see, the ocean really not sending us anything so far. Alright, James Carew dropping in there on the bottom, but closing out in front of him. Is he going to be going for it down? Okay, it does look like he is going to. So Gabriel Benetton at the moment, second overall. We've got James Carew in 5th position on the overall ranking out here. Ah, nice turn there from James Gabriel. Check turn back to the foam ball. As these guys seeing that the sets really aren't there, just kind of milk these little long rollers that they've had. And Carew really just trying to get something in the bag there. So both of them are going to be improving on their scores, but nothing special yet. Wind has definitely looked like it's fluking off a little bit. It has swinged ever so slightly more offshore, so that inside section is a little bit glassier. So we can see a lot of the guys really having to swoop that kite down if they want to stay with the speed. And both the athletes deciding to milk one of the bottom section waves to be able to get some numbers on the board. Alright, so I can see some numbers about to be dropped here for James Carew, who is going to be taking the advantage so far, but only by a hairline. So anybody's game in between Gabriel Benetton and James Carew so far. It has been an action-packed day. We've been here since sunrise, and those overlapping heats without a second of a break. There's been nothing but full blast ahead, firing pistons. We're coming up on that midline right now as we're just above 10 minutes. 20-minute heats, top two waves are the ones that count. Just waiting for validation. There it is. So 11.0 for Carew, 10.48 for Benetton, as James ever so slightly edges into the lead. A little bit of a slow start to this heat. Hasn't really been a set come through so far. Not forget that semi-final number 2 in between Ayrton Cozzolino and Pedro Matos. Alright, so both of them back on the point. As I said before, really slow start to this heat. Not really any ways whatsoever for either of them. They've been able to get some good scores by really milking the most out of it. Alright, now Gabriel Benetton having a little look. Alright, here we go. So Benetton dropping in. Looks like Cozzolino as well. Alright, Benetton off the top, James as well. Both of the guys all the way down. Now this is looking like the battle we wanted to see. Semi-final number 1 down here in Dakhla. Who is going to be our first finalist? Big open face carve, and again there from Benetton. 3 in a row. Bam, bam, bam. And Carew just smooth cruising his way down. There you go, getting those fins loose and dropping them right back in. And this wave is opening up very nicely for the Australian. And airing it off just to finish it as well. And even all the way down, it has opened up again. Look at that, look at that. So James trying to get a bit of a cover up as well. So Carew from the top to the bottom. And Gabriel with 3 very nice consecutive backside hits there. And this is what, you know, the judges really like. Those multi, like really going into one turn, coming down, initiating, going straight into the other turn, really using the power of the waves. That's where, you know, these guys get the top scores. Both of the athletes out there on the water, Benetton and Carew, with a very nice trade-off there of that set. Let's see who has had the upper hand. I reckon it is pretty much going to be coming down to the wire. Here we can see already athletes running up. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's going to be Pedro Matos. So Pedro Matos, who has the upcoming heats, he's going to be going up against Ayrton Cozzolino. And we can see in the orange, Gabriel Benetton, all the way out the back. He is going to be improving on his score after that last wave. Alright, 6 minutes to go on the clock. I'm waiting for some more numbers to drop in here. Looks like Gabriel has slightly upper hand on that last trade-off. Gabriel asking for information to see where he's at. As we have the live scoring, as they know the ins and the outs and what they need. And as we can see them just circling around. Like I say, this has been a very slow heat. These guys really haven't had any sets come their way. They've been making the most of what they've been given. But maybe we'll end it off with one big set so far. James Carew slightly in the lead with an 11.0 versus a 10.48, so anybody's money. Pedro Matos we saw going up to the point before. I can see Etan Corzolino is just about to go into the water out here in front of my booth. And James, 13.17 versus a 12.25. So now it is coming to the closing moments. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Alright, so Gabriel asking now, so he's been told he's in second position. This is where he has to start to scavenge and see if one of those set waves are going to come. We saw Pedro Matos take it from Sebastian on the final moments in that previous heat. Matos is out there getting ready to rumble as he's going to be going into semi-final number 2. The winner of this heat will be our first finalist here. Alright, here we have them changing it up. 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. There's not a single set coming their way. This is so tense. Both of these guys know they are right next to each other, so it could all come down to one wave. Now it is just the waiting game. See if the ocean will send them another chance. James on the upper hand, so he's going to be circling and watching Gabriel like a hawk to make sure that if this set does come through, he gets the better wave. Both of these guys more than capable of getting 8.9 point rides. But now it is Mother Nature that has to throw them a little ripple. As you can see them just going back and forth, mowing the lawn out on the point. As that low tide is there, you can see the push is really going away. James having a little look. Oh, okay, Gabriel here. Nope, Gabriel deciding against it as well. Carew coming back towards us. Oh, Gabriel. Is he going to be engaging? James has turned around. He's going to want this wave. I reckon both of them are. Here we go. Okay, this could be the final moment. Gabriel, good first entry turn. Looking for the seconds. Times it right off the top. There we go. James is going to be on the one behind him. Gabriel closing out in front of him. Flattening off all the way down. We can see Carew as well. Two good solid turns for both of these athletes. Is the wave going to hold up for both of them so we can really have a battle? Gabriel at the moment straight lining it all the way down. James pretty much having to do the same thing. Open face turn there for Gabriel. Little bit of a smack here for James. Oh, this is decisive moments. Carew keeping it busy. Now Gabriel's wave looks like it might have opened up a little bit. James now gaining speed. Really pushing and trying to get as much out of it. Gabriel's wave is done. And Carew looking to try and see if he can finish off down there as well. As I can see out of my booth, I'm going to commentate this even if we don't have a Little look-see. It is going to be down to the wire. Time is up. Who is going to be our first finalist? We will soon find out. But while we're waiting, let's go to the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on. Coming up next, that second semi-final. Pedro Matos, Ayrton Corzolino, getting ready to go. Alright, so we're waiting for the results to come in at the moment. Still waiting for confirmation on those scores. Alright, Ayrton dropping in. First wave, big open face carving hack off the top. Keeping the speed, slowing himself down as he makes his way along. This wave is jacking up nicely. Little bit messy on the wave. Not as clean as some of the ones we've seen it, but as it gets further down the sandbank, you can see as it gets a little bit more offshore, it starts to clean itself out. Corzolino all the way down the line. He is up against Pedro Matos, who had some of the best heats of the competition so far. Keeping himself high. Nice little 180 revert there to finishing it off. And still staying on it. And I'm waiting for results to come in on the last heat. And it is official. It is going to be James Carew advancing through. So James Carew advancing through into the final. So congratulations to the Australian athletes, as he is going to be going through. He had a 13.17. So Carew, your current finalist out there. And now, who's it going to be? Pedro Matos or Ayrton Cosolino? And we can see the replay of that last wave. Cosolino all the way down. It looks like Pedro just staying at the top. Eyeing down as he has waiting for his first wave score. Alright, Cosolino just about to drop in. Here we go. First check turn. This wave is looking a little bit cleaner, a little bit nicer. Now here he keeps the speed. This is where he's going to hit the section. There you go. Water flying across the ocean. Ayrton dropping in a big no-handed carve. Holding onto that line, but it looks like, yeah, that kite is gone and it has hit the water. That's a shame. It's one of Ayrton's trademark moves. You see, first turn, and then on this next one is where he got that no-handed carve. Right, Pedro, boom, shakalaka off the top already. All the way from the top section of the West Point. Two very big rides. This Pedro is looking very comfortable in the conditions here in Dakhla. He is hungry and he wants to take another win here. First event he ever won was Dakhla a few years back, and now he wants to get that again. Taking out Sebastian Ribeiro in his previous heats, he wants to take a chunk out of Ayrton Cosolino. James Carew is waiting in the final. Who is going to be our champion? We are getting very close to finding out. On free for Ayrton Cosolino. This last wave for Pedro is going to be a nice one as well. So Pedro Matos definitely in the driving seat so far. Ayrton Cosolino, 13 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time. Ayrton picking off another set wave. Looks like we've got a few more waves in this heat than the one with James and Gabriel. Oh, he's looking. You can see how it doubles up as that sandbank is starting to come out. And I think that kite is going to fall out of the sky, unfortunately. Can't quite see out of my booth. So when under, you can see where that gust starts to come in. Alright, so Matos on his way back up in the white. Here we can see how far that tide is out. Ayrton trying to get his kite back up in the water. And Pedro all the way back up the top. All right, 14.85 versus an 11.44. 6:07, 5:37, 7:8, and a 7:05 for Pedro Matos. So quite close in between them. Pedro definitely having the upper hand so far from Cozzolino. Pedro is on fire in this competition. And he is looking to take out the multiple time world champion and tour leader Cozzolino for a spot in the final together with James Carew. Can see how far that tide has gone out. Just about an hour to low tide. Alright, so we're going to be having a 20-minute break. 20-minute break after this heat. Alright, so 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. So in the lead, Pedro Matos so far. Cozzolino trying to have a little look-see. Alright, so Cozzolino and Pedro making their way back up to the point. As you can see, 14.85, 11.44. Close, but Pedro with a considerable advantage so far. 7.05, 7.80 versus a 6.07 and a 5.37. So Ayrton definitely going to want to improve on both of his scores if he wants to have an opportunity against Pedro Matos here. Wants to be hitting the 7s to 8s range if he wants to equal this out. So 8 minutes left in the semi-final. Alright, both of the guys are in position. So now it is the waiting game. Now it really is the waiting game to see who is going to be having the set wave. Pedro. Oh, look at that one open. That face is opening up. Alright, Pedro Matos dropping in. Top score of a 7.8, looking to improve. This is a beautiful wave. Starting it off with power. Look at that, driving down the line. Wave is opening up very nicely all the way across the sandbar. 3 decent turns. Check turn back to the foam ball. You can see how when it hits this sandbar at the bottom is when they're going to engage one more time. Cozzolino also trying but getting caught up there in the whitewater from what I can see. Pedro, is he going to continue on this one or is he going to decide to go off it? It looks like he is going to engage. Okay, here we go. Ayrton Cozzolino deciding against. He knows he needs the big waves. Oh, Pedro! Nose diving there. Unfortunately, just that. Board sinking in front of him and going face first. 3 good turns. And Cozzolino decided against it and is going back into priority. And then you can see just that nose submersion under the water. Julito. Alright, Cosolino looking to improve on a 5.37. Maybe slightly be doing that, but he wants, you know, Ayrton wants a good wave. Ayrton wants a big wave to be able to put himself and apply pressure here to Pedro. Pedro 7s, Ayrton 6 and a 5. 6 minutes on the clock. Probably enough time for one more set. There we can see Gabriel as he walks his way back up. Great competition there from Gabriel, just ever so slightly losing out there to James Carew and making it all the way through to the semi-final, so congratulations to him. Pedro asking for information. 5.5 minutes out there on the clock. 6.10 for that last wave there from Ayrton, so a slight improvement which will be appearing on your screen there. There you go. So Ayrton needing to improve by about 2.5 points. So Ayrton needing around an 8 if he wants to have an opportunity here. Pedro Matos 14.85. Comfortably in the lead so far. Both of the athletes are out there, but there is absolutely no waves coming their way. It is definitely the waiting game right now. Yeah, you can see as that change of the tide, we are literally 45 minutes towards it, but the beautiful day here in Dakhla, as you can see that tide flooding out as the water disappears across the sandbar. 4 minutes to go. Who is going to be our second finalist? Who is going to be our second finalist to battle it out to see who's going to be the king of the desert of your GKA Kite-Surf World Cup? So Ayrton Cosolino up there so far in the orange. And here we can see Pedro Matos also at the top. So Gabriel was out there on a 12 meters. That wind is dying off. We saw yesterday the wind drop completely as soon as that sun started to go down. Still, you know, a decent hour and a half before the sun starts to set. 8 o'clock is when it kind of goes dark, and it was around 7-ish yesterday when the wind starting to disappear. And here we can see the setup of the beach. And there, the West Point Hotel. The athletes getting ready. The wingers want to go out and try and train. So it looks like they're going to be coming back into the water tomorrow. So this is a dual event of the GKA Kite World Tour and also the GWA Wing Four World Tour. Both of these guys just waiting. Both of them know anything can happen. And they're both of them more than capable of getting those 8+ waves. Ayrton always has cards up his sleeves. I've been seeing him play with his chicken loop a lot. I wonder if he has an unhook maneuver in and up to see if he can make the difference. So far 2 minutes and there is nothing out there. Ayrton just chilling as it right now. It is, you have to play the waiting game. Pedro Matos in the white in the lead, duathlon athlete from Brazil. Ayrton Cosolino in the orange in second place, representing Italy, coming from Cape Verde, your gong athlete. Semi-final number 2. James Carew already waiting to see who will be joining him in the grand final. After this heat, we will be having a 20-minute break. And then we will be going into the mini-final, which are the 2 second places of the semis. So far that would be Gabriel Benetton versus the second position in this heat. and then our grand final between James Carew and the winner of this heat. So far, Matos has done enough as we are coming down to the final minute. Cosolino now waiting, just wanting to see some waves come his way to have a fighting chance. Alright, both of them now. 30 seconds to go. Oh, I can't see any movement. Alright, Ayrton. Seen something. He looks like he's trying to power his way through. Alright, no. 20 seconds. Oh, there's something there. Is Ayrton going to be able to drop in on time? 10 seconds to go. Alright, Cosolino turning around. Alright, so he is on a bump, so this wave will count. So Ayrton Cosolino for the final ride of the heat. Can he do it? Cosolino needs a big wave, needs one if he wants to make this happen. The wave is opening up. Here we go. Ayrton Cosolino dropping in. Big, powerful hack there to start it off, but he goes down. So that is going to be it. He has gone down. That is going to be it, as that is not going to improve on his score. So it is going to be Ayrton Cosolino is unfortunately going to be in second position, and Pedro Matos is going to be making his way into the grand final here in Dakhla against James Carew. We are going to be back in 20 minutes. And there you can see an action, an image says more than 1,000 words. Pedro Matos into the final versus James Carew. Congratulations, Pedro. And we will be right back.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do it on purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.
Next stop, Hamid International Airport.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are going into action. Gabriel Benetton, Ayrton Cozzolino here for your mini final of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco. Grand finalists are going to be James Crew and Pedro Matos, which will be coming up next as we are in sequence. Less than 2 minutes to the start. Going to have 24 minutes of action. Top 2 waves are the ones that are going to count. 12 waves is the amount of waves that they can drop in on. In the white lycra, Gabriel Benetton, and in the orange lycra is going to be Ayrton Cozzolino. Yellow flag in the sky. 1 minute to go. 1 minute. And it is definitely that time of the afternoon to open up and get some wings as we get started here. Mini final, grand final of your third day of competition down here in Dakhla. And I can see some of the women starting to get ready as well. So it looks like we're going to be moving over to the women when we finish this as well. As soon that green flag is just about to come up. So there we are, 30 seconds in. Here we go. So Gabriel Benetton is going to be in the white. Ayrton Cozzolino is going to be in the orange. As here we are. So Gabriel, that tide is very low. Just starting to get a little inside roller. We've seen this as they come down the sandbar, the wave starts to speed up and they can actually get some solid hits, changing every time they are out there. Alright, Ayrton Cozzolino dropping in as well, starting to get for his first wave. Looking like a little bit better than the one we've seen from Gabriel. Early days though. It is low tide out there. Just about half an hour before the low tides. As both of these athletes moving their way through to see who's going to be third and fourth position. And here we can see everybody setting up on the beach, getting ready for the grand finals. You can see all of the people up there on the top of the rocks. Gabriel Benetton is just about to drop a score here. The medium fives, Ayrton Cozzolino, very similar as he's flying his way back up to the competition area. Right next to the West Point Hotel here for your GKA Kite-Surf World Cup. We are back in action with your mini final. Brazil versus Italy, Italy versus Brazil. So 5.4 for Gabriel Benetton for his first wave, as both of the guys are out the back there. And just waiting for validation on both of those scores. So Gabriel Benetton in the white. Gabriel second on the overall ranking so far. Ayrton Cozzolino first position at the moment. So they're banding it out to see who is going to get the points to continue on top of the leaderboard. James Carew in 5th position with 1,000 points. Pedro Matos 1,190. Your 2 finalists. So it is all up for grabs over here. Let's not forget that the final will be over there in Brazil, as we're going to be going over to Ibiraquera and also in Ceará for Bessem. On the wave side, so we'll be closing it out over there in Ibiraquera. So 19.5 minutes to go. 24-minute heats. So close on the top of the leaderboard. 1,580 points, Cosolino. 1,570, Gabriel Benetton. 1,190, Pedro Matos. 1,160 for Matu Lopez, and 1,000 for James Carew. He took the win over there in Silt. Let's not forget, 2nd position will get 870 points. So it is going to be very, very close to see. As Pedro, let's have do a little math here. Pedro is with 1,190. He is going to be looking for that top position. So waiting for those calculators to come out. But definitely the overall ranking is going to have a little bit of a shake-up, as the main players are still in it here. Nacho Lopez unfortunately going out a little bit earlier, meaning he's going to be dropping down ever so slightly. But right now, Cosolino in the lead. Oh, Ayrton, alright, getting a nice wave. Gabriel's going to have one in the back as well. Here we go. Up and wave, letting that sail loose, pushing against it. These guys really have to maximize every single set. Ayrton, he's angry. Oh, you can see that kite touching down again. Keeps dropping it here on the inside. Alright, Gabriel getting a couple of turns as well. Ayrton's kite is definitely down. Is Gabriel going to be able to... Okay, alright, a little ollie over Ayrton's lines. As Gabriel just getting a couple check turns. And now this is when the wave starts to open up on this bottom side. As that tide is so low, you can see, boom, wrapping it around, pushing against it. And now he's going to start to appear down in front of the live booth at the bottom edge of the competition area. Gabriel Benetton working this one all the way. A little bit of a floater there from him as well. Bit of a straight liner. As we mentioned, now that's better. Getting that verticality in that axis, and you can see he's happy there with that one. This is the battle for 3rd position over here in Dakhla. As after this, we will have the final in between James Carew and Pedro Matos. So the final heat of the day will be our grand final, and then we will see as they are going to be going down on there and doing the beach podium. So we will be closing it out with the men today. Alright, Ayrton all the way down there. Very nice wave. Starting to get some points up on the boards. Let's have a look at the general scores, how it is looking so far. Gabriel Benetton has a 12.80. Ayrton Cosolino a 5.87. And then the score coming in from this wave. Gabriel with that backhand really putting down the hammer early on in this heat. 15 minutes to go. The second to last heat of the day. What a day of competition it has been down here in Dakhla. From dawn until dusk, as we start to get to that golden hour. And the idea is that we will be finishing off with the grand final and crowning the King of Dakhla to see who is going to be your top head honcho Either be James Carew or Pedro Matos. James Carew coming off of a win over there in Silton in the last event. Pedro Matos, he has won this event before. James Carew has won this event before. The Battle of the Titans. And as the Highlander says, there can only be one. And we will be finding out very shortly. On your screen right now, Gabriel Benetton making his way back up to the point. Here's your current heat leader. As we have your mini final to see who is going to be in 3rd and 4th position over here. Everything up for grabs. Gabriel Benetton 2nd on the overall ranking of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour of the Kite-Surf discipline. Ayrton Cosolino 1st on the ranking. Then we had Macho Lopez in 3rd. Pedro Matos in 4th. And James Carew in 5th. So it is going to be a shake-up to say the least when we finish this event. Gabriel signaling to see what is happening down there. He definitely has the slight advantage, as I can see some of the scores a little bit earlier than you guys and girls back home. Once again, thank you very much for joining us here on the stream. Any info you want, throw it in on the comments, and we were trying to get that to you as soon as possible. And what a day it has been. The swell did hit. We saw that it was looking like this was going to be the best forecast of the week. So he have pushed all the way on the men. And with 2 heats to go, we will see who is going to be our champion so far. Very close in between them. 12.80 and 11.10. You can see backup scores of 540 for Gabriel, 523 for Ayrton. But Gabriel has that 740, that nice, beautiful backside ride that he had all the way down. Especially now when the sections are hard to link together because that tide is quite far out. Judges are really going to be rewarding if you can link them together. Once again, criteria, what they're looking for linkage, they're looking for the, joining the maneuvers, flow, power, utilizing the power of the wind. 100% surfing, basically. If you could release that kite and it looked like it was surfing, you would be getting all the kudos. We saw big heats already thrown down. Pedro Matos taking out Sebastian Ribeiro, one of the closest heats, winning by 0.04 of a point with 16.77 versus a 16.73. That is what I call coming down to the wire. And now with 12 minutes to go, so halfway through, both the athletes waiting out on the points to see what is going to be going down as we continue on here for the 3rd day of competition. Let's not forget here, this is a dual event of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour, the Kite-Surf discipline, and the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour, with our Surf 100% Wave discipline. So all of the family is down here at Waste Point. And once again, a big thank you to Driss and Lila, to all of our partners, to all of our sponsors and institutions that make this event possible. Without you, it would not happen. And Dakhla has been an event that's been on the calendar from the very beginning. Talking to our CEO, Jürgen Vott, not so long ago. 10 years ago, we crowned the first overall champion, which was your Grand Slam champion, was how it was called back in the day, and that was Macho Lopez 10 years ago. It is incredible how far we have come, and just enjoying still the action and the good vibes at every single event. So thank you everybody who has been involved, the crew, the riders, the athletes, you back home, the brands, as we continue on. And now Cosolino bringing on the action. But you can really see how that wave lulls out in the middle right now. Really hard to time. You have to look for those little gems, the diamonds in the rough. Got to find some of those icebergs and be able to run them all the way down the bay. Oh, let the tail loose. How he kept that together is beyond me, but still I want to go a little bit more vertical. And as he goes through the sun here, they're going to be losing him now. Oh, trying to go for the 360 shove it, but no, not quite getting it. But Ayrton going to be going for, that will be his 4th wave. Gabriel Benetton already at the top. As you can see there, just coming into shot, we can see the Gong Aito, Ayrton Cozzolino, new member of the Gong team. And looking like it's working very well for him here, as he is back on top form, coming in the top 4, waiting obviously to see who will take that win. And then we can see everybody down here on the beach keen to go out and get a session as well. It's about an hour and a half of light left as it gets dark around 8 o'clock. I can see our tour manager Tom Hartman down there as well. Alright, so it is getting closer and closer. Look at that, 12.50 right now. 12.50, it is coming down to the wire. As a 6.63 there for Cozzolino. Gabriel is being very patient and staying out the back. Cozzolino keeping himself a little bit busier. But Gabriel, he knows, set waves. This is a mini final. You want to be on the big ones, and yep. We called it, he showed it. Here we go. Benetton dropping in. One of the bigger waves we've seen of this heat so far. Keeping the speed, just getting a little check turn. This is where the wave starts to crumble down before it hits the bottom of the sandbank, as that tide is so low. So now it is literally just to make it all the way down the bottom, try and get a couple of vertical turns, and this is when you can start to do business. Here we go, off the top. Speed of Cozzolino on your left hand, on the right hand side. Up and away. Boom! Ayrton. Water flying all the way over. Beautiful turn there from Benetton. Ayrton answering back. It is mano a mano. Cozzolino, a little bit of roundhouse, staying close to the foam ball. Going to be trying to make this one work. And he has picked off a gem, because this is one that's going all the way down to the bottom. This is what Ayrton needed. This is what he was looking for. As we see the replays here of those two waves. And all the way up, there you go. So looking, I reckon it's going to be similar scores. Alright, so 6 minutes coming on. 14.23 versus a 14.0. It is getting close and close. One answers and the other one comes back. 6 minutes to go. 7.37 for that last wave from Ayrton. 6.83 for the last wave from Gabriel. There is literally only 0.24 of a point in between it. We've seen heats win with a 0.04 of a point, as I mentioned before, in between Matos and Sebastian Ribeiro. But now here it is, as we are closing in on this mini final. Who is going to be third? Who is going to be fourth on the overall ranking of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup here in Dakhla, Morocco? We will soon find out. Is back up the top. He is out there on an 11 meter. Alright, Cozzolino fanging down, yeah! Alright, foam climb here as it's closing out a little bit. Climbs over, but I think he's going to decide against that one. Okay, no, he is. It looks like he's going to go off, and then he does come on. Oh, he gets it, yes he does! Get in the barrel, Cozzolino, and he makes it well in the coffin. Getting a proper cover up there in the sun. So here we see a replay of that. Look at it. He was looking for it. Yep. Definitely a cover up there for Cozzolino. So that it could be the nail in the coffin. He was looking for it. You could see waiting for that section. Oh, the magician, the alien as people call him. And we're just waiting for a score, but that is definitely going to be a big score. Gabriel now is going to have to up it. As after that, from what I see coming in here on my screen, he is going to be in second position. So 3 minutes to go. Will there be another set? Will there be another opportunity for him to have one more set? We will soon find out. And there I can see starting to get ready is going to be Pedro Matos and James Carew. See if I can see a size on that. That is definitely looking bigger. I reckon that, yeah, I can see, yeah, so that's an 11 meter. Alright, so 11 meters are going up in the sky. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ayrton with just a beautiful final wave. We can see those scores about to come in. So Ayrton Cozzolino 15.57, 8.20 going into the lead. So Gabriel Benson's going to need something special if he wants to be able to make this one happen. As he has 2 minutes. It's looking like there's a bit of a wave out there. Ayrton took off on an absolute beauty. Alright, here we go. Benetton, nice first hit. Getting two right in the pocket. Is this one going to open up along the bay? He needs it to open up if he wants to have the chance. Loops it around. And now he's just got to stay with it until he hits that sandbar and he can start to engage again. He does. Alright, Benetton, here we go. He is trailing by 1.35. So going to be needing around an 8. He needs an 8 if he wants to have an opportunity of going up against Cozzolino here on the final minutes, but this one is really not opening up down. He's going to have to go off. That is definitely not going to be enough. So we could have sealed the deal here unless he can get back into position and on a wave inside the 60 seconds. Cozzolino is in position. Looks like there's a little bit of a ripple there. Looks like something's coming his way. Although I think he has done enough because Gabriel is not going to be up there in time. And Cozzolino is going to be able to take off on a wave. He's got a 7.37, 8.20. 30 seconds on the ticker. Alright, and here we go. 7 seconds left. So it is definitely looking like it is going to be. Yep, there it is. There's the buzzer. So it is going to be Ayrton Cozzolino who has taken the win. Ayrton Cozzolino who has taken the win, meaning he is going to be third position. Third place here in Dakhla. Fourth place is going to be Gabriel Benetton. And we are now going to be moving through to the finals. But before, let's check the highlights. Alright, and welcome back everybody as we are getting ready to go out there on the water. Your winners final here of the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco. James Carew versus Pedro Matos. The battle of the Titans. So we are going to have James is going to be in the white lycra and Pedro Matos is going to be in the orange lycra as we are just getting ready to go as we continue on. Alright, so there we can see Gabriel Benetton and Ayrton Cosolino making their way all the way down as they're going to be coming off the water. And here, Ayrton Cosolino, James Carew and Pedro Matos. Red flag is in the sky, less than 2 minutes. About 20 knots of wind out there. We can see the athletes out there on 11 meters. Both the athletes out there on the Neo. The SLS and the D-Lab. Both of these guys. Duotone teammates. Friends on and off the water. But there ain't no friends out there right now. As it is time to go. It is official, as we mentioned before. Ayrton Cosolino 3rd position. Gabriel Benetton in 4th. As we are getting ready to go into the final, less than a minute. All right, Carew in the whites. Matos in the orange. Alright, Pedro Matos starting off. Big open face hack already. As soon as we go on with the buzzer, he's getting in and getting involved. Both of the boys all the way up on the points. Matos in front. Carew behind him as you can see him swooping that kite along. Matos putting on his kite to see and try and get some more power. Carew, big hack. This wave is looking very nice. It is opening out in front of him. Let's see if he can make it all the way down. He goes out in front of Pedro, gives him a little wink. As both of these guys know that the battle is on. Carew having a little look-see behind him. No, he's going to continue on with this wave as we go right into the sun. And now as we go across, Carew opening out two big hacks, gaining speed. James right in the pocket, releasing the tail up top. Now we're talking. There you go again, all the way down. What an opener here for the Aussie, as he is making it all the way down the line, peeking off this very nice little gem. Then got caught up there on the ends. But great opener there for James Carew. Pedro Matos staying a little bit further up. 24 minutes of action. Here we can see the replay of that last wave. Alright, so waiting for a score to come in here. James looking like he's already got a big number. As he is just coming in close to the shore. Not sure if he's going to be coming out of the water. If he is actually going to be going back upwind. Yep, he is going to be going back upwind. As I mentioned before, 24 minutes of action for your grand final here in Dakhla. Qatar Airways GK Kite World Tour, your kite surf discipline here for the GK Kite-Surf World Cup in Morocco. We were back there in Cape Verde. We had the first wave event. And then moving on over here to this right-hand point break. Matos in the orange, representing Brazil. Carew in the white, representing Australia. James Carew coming on off of a win in Silt. Was out for a complete year due to an injury as he broke his leg. Then first event back, taking the win. So he is definitely coming in here on a high. Pedro Matos, one of the most talented surfers we have on tour, and one of the most complete riders. He has won this event before. He is hungry. He wants a World Championship title. He's been so close so many times. And now here, he's currently in 4th on the overall ranking. And you can see him out there on that 11-meter neo. A duotone athlete as he is in position. Right on top of the points. It is going to be a waiting game. It is going to be a waiting game as it's pretty much every set wave is what the athletes are going to want. We're waiting for some numbers to come in, but I can tell you Carew is going to have a big score as his opener. And Pedro Matos just a medium score as he kind of wasn't able to connect that wave. So Carew definitely going to be in the leads. But early days, 20 minutes to go. And we will find out who is going to be our champion here. Everybody down on the beach getting ready. Just to see who is going to take the win. So James Carew, 8.70. What an opener there for the Aussie. And a 5.77 here for Pedro Matos. Alright, so both of them making their way back up to the point, but what a wave we saw from Carew opening up there with that 8.70. And Pedro Matos just unfortunately not linking it together, but there you go, here comes the set. This is what we wanted to see. Thank you, Dakhla, sending us wave for the final. Alright, Pedro having a look. So nice wave coming behind him. James tacking around. Pedro is going to be going in on it. Alright, here we go. Let the battles begin. Take off the gloves, guys. It is fists all the way. Here we go. Pedro Matos. Just the first check turn. Making sure he gets past that section. Yes, he does now. Wave not really making much of it so far. Again, another check turn. Just going down the line. Now it starts to open up for the Brazilian. Starting to be able to get busy. Here you can see it forming along that sandbank. It is very close as that tide is getting low. We are pretty much at full low tide right now. Carew on the bigger one out the back. Big, powerful hack. Matos on the inside keeping it busy. Carew having to loop it through if he wants to try and get past this section in this set wave. Is he going to continue? Yes, he is. Matos off the top. Both of the boys going through the sun flare as we continue on. And Matos is going to be going against this, but Carew is staying one more time. Again, James taking the better wave of the set. Had more size and was able to get more out of it. And all the way down. So Carew, yet again, a little bit of a cover-up. As he stalls himself out, dragging the hands. Milking it to the very end. James Carew, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see the score there from Pedro. He had a couple of very nice turns. But I'm going to say the wave selection there from James was slightly better. So it looked like his wave had a bit more size. But the perspective here from the line might be different from the judges. As we're waiting for numbers. But yet James, he's coming in for another big score. You can see some of the judges' scores come in. So yeah, definitely James coming in for another big score, and he is going to be throwing down the hammer twice. First two shots. Twice for the body and looking for the head. 8.47 for James Carew. 17.17 already. So Matos is comboed out, and Carew has put in an absolute blinder to start off. But I will say one thing, Pedro Matos, one of the most stylish surfers out there. This is not going to be over until past the time, because I can guarantee you these guys are going to be banning it out until the end. So grab yourself a cold one, get comfortable, because the best kite surfing wave riding here in Morocco is about to come on your screen as we see this grand final right now. Alright, so Pedro back up top in position. I mean, Pedro, he's had 16 plus heats. He knows what he has to do. But James has definitely put him in a sticky situation to start off with, really throwing down that hammer from the beginning. Once again, you're here for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour as we are in Dakhla, Morocco for our kite surf discipline. Grand final, James Carew from Australia, Pedro Matos from Brazil. Marlin, absolutely. The dog is off the leash and he is snapping all the way along. Gil, how you doing, mate? Good to see you here on the stream. At the moment, I've got to agree with you. It does look like the Aussie is in control, but anything can happen as any of these two athletes can grab a wave and turn it into a 10-point ride. So it ain't over to the buzzer, and we have seen many buzzer beaters. Nice riding over there in Denmark, mates. I saw you had a very good competition. Hopefully, looks like that ankle is in full form as we continue on. 15 minutes, both of the athletes up the top. And just waiting for another set to come our way as the golden hour. It's definitely 5 o'clock somewhere. It's past 5 o'clock here. We'll be cracking a couple. As we can see, the beautiful sunset is starting to come over here in Dakhla. We get that pure orange fire, the fuego in the sky. And Carew just turning underneath. Not too shabby at all, mate. Not too shabby. Back in action. And here we can see James position himself a little bit further up on the reef. And Matos there in the back. You can see James with the grey Neo, the D-Lab over on the right-hand side. We can see Pedro Matos on the left. Both of the two-tone athletes. Matos comboed out, so he needs to have 2 waves, plenty of time. Just under 14 minutes. You know what they say, ain't over until the fat lady sings. But you can see James is, one thing we can tell about James is his confidence, his mental game. He literally goes into the water saying, I am going to destroy. He really does, and you know, that is a powerful weapon to have anytime you have athletes of this caliber and this talent. Pedro Matos also very confident rider. He knows he is in a bit of a binder right now, but now he just has to be patient, because for, you know, to be able to get 8+ rides, it has to be a set wave. So there's no point of him scrapping down and trying to get some of the smaller waves. He has to wait for that set, and he has to be able to get on that bigger wave, because James has put in the work early. So there you can see Carew on the left and the white, Matos in the orange on the right. Right, Matos looks like he's deciding to go for this one. Okay, here we go. Pedro Matos, nope, little in and out. Calm before the storm, so we're just coming to the Ecuador halfway through. Tribe Carew, how are you boys doing? Luca and Woody Super Caddies, absolutely, mate, on and off the water. Hope you boys are good. The Carew tribe hanging out of Australia, such a cool family. And the young whippersnapper, if he gets this, he's going to be even more of a handful. But right now, Pedro, couple of good turns. James as well, both of them on a set wave. This is looking better for the Brazilians so far. It's starting to open up. Carew firing out the bullets. just linking it together. Really, you can see throwing it in. Pedro checking the turns as he's waiting for this wave to hollow out. It does look like it's going to do it for him this time. Here we go. Pedro Matos. Oh, tail slide there. Lend the hand out. Beautiful layback. All the way down to the inside of the bay. As they just go through that sun flare, unfortunately, as that is right in front of our cameras. And now both of the guys just getting a few turns on these little inside rollers, and an air at the end there for Carew. So yeah, definitely great waves, but not quite. Definitely not what Pedro's looking for. He needs the 8 points. He needs it to be a big set wave. James is pretty much going to be going down to Mauritania on this wave. He is all the way down, as he just wants to milk every single opportunity as we're coming up on that 10-minute mark. Tribe Carew, send a couple of Cole Coopers my way, please. Preferably the red ones. And we can start to enjoy some of the action that we have out here right now. This man here, James Carew, in the lead. He is up against one of the top surfers on tour, Pedro Matos. James coming back with fire and with strength. He knows what it is to be going up against Pedro Matos. And Pedro so far, let's have a little look at the scores on that last one. Matos. Yep, like I said before, it's not going to be in the 8 vicinity. Still a good wave, you know, surfed it really well, letting that tail loose. But he needs 8+ rides. He needs anything above an 8.47 if he wants to have an opportunity out there. But watch out, here we go. Some motion in the ocean, as I can see some sets maybe coming his way as Pedro makes his way back up to the point. Turning around. He knows the time is ticking. 24 minutes here for this final. Medium 5 for that last wave there from Pedro. So obviously it improves his scores, but it's not what he wants. It is not what he wants. Alright, so Matos, you can see as that tide is low, you're pretty much 100% low tide right now. And you'll be putting some wheels on these boards. But Matos asking the beach what's happening. He knows he needs to improve on both of those scores. Carew also making his way back up. Looks like the wind has picked up ever so slightly. 8.70, 8.47, James Carew, 5.77. And one more score just about to be dropped for Pedro Matos. Your top 2 athletes here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla, Morocco. James Carew currently in the lead, looking to go for 2 for 2, coming back from his injury. Alright, we'll have to find out and see who is going to take that win. Who is it going to be? As we're waiting for those results to come in. Alright, so 7 minutes to go now. It is definitely getting close. It is getting close because 7 minutes to get 2 sets and 2 set waves. It's starting to become a sticky situation here for the Brazilian. They are definitely in position, so if a set could be coming through ever so slightly, and the waves are starting to wrap down the bays. I can see the beautiful view out here of my live stream booth, and there they are, Everybody getting ready to see who is going to be the champion. Who is going to be that number one? Alright, so there we can see just waiting out there on the points. That sun is starting to come down. Alright, Pedro Matos. There you can see appearing in the background. Alright, here we go. Matos. A little bit of a floater flying through. There we go, Mr. Cameraman, thank you. Making his way on this little inside roller. Off the top, releasing the toes and releasing the tail. Stalling it out, Matos, he's hungry, he knows what he has to do. It has to be big, beautiful tail slide there from him. Check turn back to the power zone. It's a smaller wave, but he is making the most out of it. And he knows that it's not enough. He has such a nice style, this guy. Just really has not had, look at that is picture perfect. Just really has not had the bigger waves. James has just picked off the set so well. Better wave selection right now, and Pedro is getting very close to not going to be able to get those two sets. 4.5 minutes to go. He needs 2 waves above an 8.47. He's comboed out right now. And James just staying up on the point. We can start to see everybody there getting ready and surrounding and waiting to see who the champion, the number one, is going to be. Also see some of the wing foilers getting ready to go out on the water, as obviously the break has been closed for the competition today, so they want to go out and have a little ride. As we are under 4 minutes to go. There you go. The flags are out. Australia, Brazil, Italy, Cape Verde, Brazil. Who is going to be lifting the top flag? Who is going to have the top place on the podium? So far, it's looking like it could be James Carew, but anything can happen. Pedro Matos is comboed out. He needs 2 waves. 3 minutes to do it. I mean, it ain't over until it's over. But it is going to be very hard for him to be able to achieve that inside 3 minutes. Carew already up the top. Pedro is there as well. Just having a little look out the booth here, as we are going to be getting ready to see who our champion is going to be, as we have the final 2 minutes, just the final 2 minutes coming our way. So 2 minutes to go. Pedro looking for a miracle. James taking off those 2 first sets, getting the bigger waves and getting the upper hand early on. Carew 8.70, 8.47, 7.43 and a 0.93 his wave scores. Matos 5.77, 5.67, 0.4, 5.93, 5.22. So you can see Carew just slightly ahead as we come into the final 90 seconds. You can see Pedro now, hand off of the bar. He knows that he's not going to have a chance as he is comboed out and would need 2 waves. He would need 2 waves, and there's no way he's going to be doing that in 60 seconds. All right, so the final 30 seconds. The final 30 seconds coming our way, as it is going to be James Carew, Pedro Matos dropping it in on a wave here. And that is going to be it. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be this man here on your screen, James Carew, is gonna be your champion here in Dakhla. As there it is, it's over. So it is the Aussie who takes the win, and the face says it all. Aussie, 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 James Carew, your 2024 GKA Kite-Surf champion here in Dakhla, Morocco. Congratulations, mates. And also a big congratulations there to Pedro Matos for some amazing surfing. There you go. There's the vibes. That is what we're looking for. And you can see just James absolutely stoked. 2 for 2. Took the win in Silt and also took the win here in Dakhla. So as we can see, those official results, as it's going to be James Carew first position, Pedro Matos second position, Ayrton Cosolino in third, and Gabriel Benetton in fourth. Congratulations, athletes. And while we're waiting, let's see the highlights of that final. What a day of action down here for the GKA Kite-Surf World Cup in Dakhla. Our champion, James Carew from Australia. Second position, Pedro Matos from Brazil. Third position, Ayrton Cosolino representing Italy. And in fourth position, Gabriel Benetton from Brazil. I'm Josie Ashton, and thank you very much for tuning in on the stream. There has been action non-stop as we'll be continuing tomorrow with the women. Thank you very much for tuning in, as we are going to go down to the beach to catch the emotion and the face of our winner.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
World champions will be crowned, legends will be made. This is going to be epic.
This is a dream come true.
And let's go for the next one.
MDJS, faire gagner le sport.
Just missed my flight. Didn't do no purpose. Yeah, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Okay, bye.